Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins like a champion. I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the solo warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 yo, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my Dominion. I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican. Back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Yes. Egyptian fits my description. Yes. I'm training hard for the mission. Yes. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins like a champion. I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the solo warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey yo, hey yo. Somebody wanna y'all see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that y'all see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins like a champion. I feel that I will
right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is July 20th. We have a great show planned for you. We are on episode 21 of our series, Universal Language Codes and Symbols. So if this is your first time joining us, welcome. The purpose of this series is a couple folds. The main objective I wanted to get out of this series was to introduce the audience to metaphysics. And then as my series usually do, we always throw in extra stuff. That's just how the energy moves. So over the past few weeks, we've been getting in on the spiritual side, getting into stuff about what the ego really means, et cetera, et cetera. All right, so last week we went back over the ego, what it really meant, how it is separate from your actual soul, and kind of broke down how you know the difference. So we're going to pick back up with that tonight, kind of go back and also kind of discuss a little bit more on what time really is. So this, if you haven't caught the last couple shows, it's going to be, for some of you, really, really new stuff. For some, it's going to be just so out in the left field. You're like, what the hell is this lady talking about? And that's okay. That's to be expected. Okay. All right. So, and then of course we need to go over some of the things that's happening in the news, get the family caught up on a couple little things that we've been following for quite a couple of years. So I want to give an update on a few things. So with that said, before we get started, let's send a shout out to the YouTube family that's watching, and then shout out to the YouTube family chat. Shout out to Wild Indian Dawn. Shout out to Sis Mohawk I Am. Shout out to Kimba. Shout out to Sis Divinity. Shout out to Ikea. Shout out to Sis Sandra. And shout out to Queen Ottawa. Good to see you. All right, fam. So let me see, Sis Sandra. Are you in here? Oh, you in here. My bad, sis. Let me unmute you, and we'll go ahead and get started. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love.
Recording in progress.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
And the family.
Yep.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Good to hear it.
Yeah, good to hear your voice, sis.
Thank you. Same here.
Yeah. All right. So let's start with, go head on with the fuckery. I know.
Which subject should I choose? Well, let me keep on the censor stuff. You know what I found out? That this country is not the only country where our administrative beings got their foot in their business over in other countries like Brazil and Pakistan.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so bad. It's the same program that they're doing to Trump. You know, try to impeach him and then try to put him in jail and, you know, and throw him, you know, all that kind of stuff. So they're doing the same to Balacera in Brazil, where they have Lola, who they put in. Now, these are Marxist people they're trying to put in, which, you know, who conscribe to democracy, which is dictatorship or demonocracy. So you have to go along with the program of, you know, sexy and same and whatever they want to do, you got to go along with it. But see, Pakistan, and they try to kill them too, by the way. Pakistan, I found out today that they got that guy out. His name was Khan. Let's see, Imran Khan. They had him expelled from office when he criticized this admin that is in power over here, and they tried to. He was almost assassinated twice. So this is, to me, the uptick of the China agenda that it was supposed to be in 2030, but they then moved it up and they're fast tracking. And I'm gonna say why I think so. When you go to you heard McCarthy talking about the debt ceiling and stuff, and he said that they had to get some money from China. So if China is your enemy, then why are you borrowing from them?
Right.
I don't know who does that. So that first bank, that Sequoia, that went bankrupt in Silicon Valley. I'm trying to even think of the name.
Yeah.
The guy is what's it, Mortez? Mortez?
Who are you trying to think of? The CEO?
Yeah, he's stepping down. But see what they're doing, because Nuisance is connected to that bank. He has accounts in that bank, right? A couple of them, and his wife and stuff. And what they're doing, they did, is Nuisance and the California investors for the pension, California pensions thing, they're taking that money. This is allegedly, that's what I heard. I'm just repeating what I heard. And funding China's bid to take over Taiwan.
Do you know
and so
whose retirement fund is it? Is it the state
California
employees?
It's the California Retirement Fund. I think that's the word they use, California Retirement Fund.
Okay.
So I think
so
it's the state employees.
The state employees funds.
Yeah. So I said, oh, man. And so Nuisance has done that. And they turned around, and this is Crankstar, I think the name of the ones who is handling it. I don't know if that's an investment or whatever, but they took the people's money to do that. So are they doing it at the consent of the government? No. I'm sure they did. I'm sure people didn't say, hey, take my retirement and send it over to China.
So are they taking that pension fund and giving it to China to invest, or
to China? That's all I heard. And China is using it to go after Taiwan. Because so I heard it today. I think it was today I heard it, and so I didn't get all the nitty gritty of it, but the Sequoia Bank and McCarthy's hooked to that, and Nuisance is hooked to that, and Bannon was talking about it today on how they're doing the funding of the California's retirees and investing it to go over to China. So the bank people or whoever is in charge of investments is using it to give it to China. And so, Pelosi, and I'm going to get back to Pakistan. Pelosi, Pelosi is from California, right? So,
okay, yep.
When on the January 6th, they took her computer. They were in her office. They went in her office and they took her computer.
Okay.
So what I heard was on the computer was something where she was going to sell the infrastructure of this country to China, the electrical grid to China. And because China on the thermal conductors has a little part in there that they can stick in where they can control this country's electricity and all this kind of stuff. They have the tools for that, the part to go in that.
And that's the grid is a national security thing, but keep going.
Yeah. So this is Pelosi. They allegedly said she did this, but of course that went hush hush down the toilet. But this is where Pakistan come in, and I think it's where Pakistan comes in with trying to get this dude Khan out by saying that he, threatened so and so and so and so, and like they do in Trump. And so then he was immediately thrown out of office. They voted him out and all that kind of stuff. And then they tried to kill him because now he's trying to run back for office again. And they're trying to put him in jail like they're trying to put Trump in jail. So it's the same playbook that they are spying or censoring all these people from doing their jobs because they're in there doing nefarious things with people's monies and people's life to support the China agenda that has been sped up from 2030 to today, 2023. So this is what I've been listening to, and I said, wait a minute. And then with Sequoia, which was the first bank that went bankrupt, Biden didn't guarantee the Chinese investors money.
He didn't guarantee it, you said?
He did. He did guarantee the investors money. So now we're in the DC in these hearings where Biden and his son has been accused of being agents for China and working with Burisma. Yeah, they do. Oh, you know what I'm talking about.
Well, I hope you
we didn't talk about this.
The sarcasm in my voice. I'm like,
yeah.
no.
So and he got about $17 million from Burisma. So Burisma is Ukraine, right? So Ukraine,
and I still say they straight up money laundering in Ukraine.
Exactly.
That's just Rhonda's opinion. I ain't got no proof of that. I'm just saying.
That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying that now. But they're also saying another thing. They are harvesting organs from children in Ukraine. So they pass the kids into Ukraine, and then they take their organs and they pass it around.
Okay, now they gotta have some little evidence for that. Although I just accused them of money laundering with no evidence, but
no. Yeah, they do have evidence on it. One guy just got arrested. He had a farm out there in Ukraine, and he had a child. I don't know how the story went, but he had a child.
All right,
trying to get through the airport.
Yeah, that's just let that go. Let that go. Just let it go, because you know how YouTube is about that. So
yeah, but they returned the child to the parents, but they put him in jail. So I saw that in the news.
Well, so I mean, that's what they do as far as, swapping out these leaders. I've said this several times, but I forgot who wrote that book. I think it's Diary of an Economic Hitman.
Oh yeah, that's one.
Yeah, I mean,
and the drugs and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, he gives you the play on how they go in, they put these leaders in to control these nations, and these leaders, you're gonna march to what they say, because they made you, they put you in this position, okay?
Yeah, like Gaddafi.
Yeah. Yes. So basically, that's why I keep telling people, when these politicians get in office, that's why they have an oath, and people think that oath is for the overall good of the quote public. It's not. That oath is to the office, and that office is the corporation. So you're gonna do what's in the best interest of the corporation, all right? The corporation, when I say corporation, what they're calling government, all right?
The USA all is the corporate.
No country is off limit. It's nope. all of them are like that, because again, this is an empire. It's not individual nations. It is a worldwide empire. So in that particular book, The man was so cold with it, he even explained how the IMF comes in. Because, remember I told you the IMF, and shout out to Brother Odell, who also
Yeah, he
told
did a
us
lot.
and brought all of those receipts. The
Yeah, he
IMF
did.
and the World Bank are the big daddies on the economic side, all right? So in this book, he goes into how the IMF comes in and gives these quote, quote, nations loans and pretty much puts them into perpetual slavery.
Bankruptcy.
Right, and
Mm-hmm.
bankruptcy, exactly. So where the quote, quote, people wind up paying a perpetual debt that'll never be paid back. Okay? That's what they do. So this just Rhonda's, opinion. It doesn't mean anything. It's just my opinion. I don't care about who they talking about is sitting in these specific seats in office, because I understand that this is an empire, a worldwide empire, and they take orders. That's the bottom line. That's why nothing changes. It's a ruse. The people think that, this one gets in office, that's going to change. This one gets
It's
in
gonna
office,
be better.
that's going to change. That's why it doesn't. Because their oath and their allegiance, it's not to you. It's to the corporation. And the corporation answers to an empire. Okay? Which is made up of, a handful of families that's been doing this. Oh my goodness. What Brother Odell said, back into like 1066, something like that. So that's why when, they talk about these different leaders and, they're playing these war games with each other, I'm like, okay, you're giving the public this ruse that you all are enemies and this one don't like this one and that one don't like. It's not like that, family. They're following orders. It's theater. That's all it is at the end of the day. It's theater. These leaders are going to do what they're told. They're going to follow the script because, number one, they made them. They put them in those seats. Okay? They're going to do what they are told or get disposed of or have to come out of that position.
They do dispose of him because Gaddafi fell out of grace with him because he was giving his people more freedom and they didn't like that.
And you saw how that particular nation is a wreck now.
Oh yeah, they taking those people into slavery and chopping off their heads and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and even, that's bad enough, of course. But just look at it from a financial standpoint, where they were and then what they are now. That's the classic example of Diary of an Economic Hitman. All right. So I don't know what shook down with Gaddafi, whatever the case may be. And he fell out of favor with them. And but they truly, truly dismantled that nation. And I think, don't quote me on that, I think now the IMF is in there also, where they have given them loans. So how do you go from a nation that didn't need loans? You were self-sustained. Your country was strong because you had a nice gold reserve. You had true, tangible assets. To now, it's just a hot mess. Yeah, that's what they do. Okay, and what we've seen over the last, I would say, 5 to 10 years, they have started going into, they went into the Asian nations and started getting them on the, I would say, wrap them in the empire. So that's why you had places like India. I want to say it was 2 years ago, they pretty much changed out their currency overnight. Them people woke up and they were like, yeah, you need to get your ass up and go and get to that bank, this, that, and the third. You have to have a bank account. I think they switched out a currency denomination. And now India is one of the nations that's testing the whole cashless society cryptocurrency. We literally watch this shit play out. And they're not the only Asian nation. A lot of them Asian nations that were just kind of like under the little radar. They came in and switched that up now. Now they're under, truly under the empire umbrella. All right. So this is an empire. And until the public gets savvy enough to understand that, it's going to continue. Because people believe what they show them from the face view instead of using common sense. And they're going to keep getting fleeced over and over and over again. All of this division between parties, Democrat, Republic, Independent, and that's just in this nation. Race, sexuality, this nation against that nation. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
All of it. They're fleecing you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
I don't know why they don't tell the people the truth. These parents getting out there and they.
Why
FBI,
would they? Why would you tell somebody that you've been pimping
the
for
kids and
centuries?
them and everybody
For
yeah,
centuries?
I don't
Why
know.
would I give you the game? I've been
But you know
pimping
what?
you, your grandmama, et cetera, back for centuries. Why would I give you the game? Why would I give you the playbook? I don't give a damn about you. This is about me,
No.
mine, and my legacy.
And they ends. Yep, they ends.
So people have to wake up if they truly want change. They have to wake up and be smart. Your enemy will never give you the game. They're never going to give you the game. That's not how warfare works. That's like telling a general said, oh, you know what? Yeah, I'm finna get them the war plans. Huh, what? It doesn't work like that.
No, it doesn't.
So I'm sorry, go
And
ahead, sis.
unless you go into, studying what the Constitution says, studying
They
the
don't
ideas.
give a damn
They
about
don't
the
care. People just-
Constitution, bonds. They don't give a fuck about none of that. You're
No,
gonna run
no,
them
they don't.
ins. This is an empire. Let me be clear. This is a worldwide empire.
The planet is actually lapped down with this stuff. So, but I mean,
None of that stuff matters. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
I've been looking at these. Well, I know what the paperwork means, and a lot of people don't know what the paperwork means. When you fill out the paperwork, because that's like, what was that? Jupiter.
Oh,
Ascending?
Jupiter Ascending. Yeah, that was actually a good movie.
Yeah, it's the paperwork.
That was a good movie. You kind of had to understand that side of the game, sis. I know where you're going with that. They actually threw a lot in there, but a lot of people missed. Not a lot. Some didn't miss. Because some caught up with the paperwork stuff. But also that was about energy and soul also.
Yeah.
So that's what at the end of the day, what I'm trying to get people to see, it all goes back to energy and controlling consciousness. You don't remember anything else I say on here, and that's okay. This is about energy and consciousness. All of this shit at the end of the day, that's what this is about. Okay, so that Jupiter Ascending movie, it was both fashions. They're telling you, yeah, you need to do all of this to be sovereign, da 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 da.
Or to own anything.
But the flip side of it is, this is energy and consciousness. This is us locking that down and saying, what energy is going to transform or happen on this planet. That's why it is extremely, extremely hard to get people to think outside of the hive. That's why it's hard, because their frequency is tuned in to the bullshit. It's tuned into the script. So that's why I keep saying, I don't care what anybody does. If your consciousness isn't aligned to what you truly want, and specifically your consciousness, your soul, if that's not matching your actions, or that ego, all right, isn't serving your soul, you're always going to be fucked. That's just the bottom line. No amount of paperwork's gonna get you out of this. No amount of political party stuff is gonna get you out of this. No amount of putting a leader in place. None of that's gonna get you out of this. You have to get yourself out of this. And you do it through your consciousness. Okay? But it's really, really hard for a lot of people because they're tuned in to that particular frequency. And that frequency so happens to be at a survival mode.
There's a fight or flight type thing.
Exactly. And they purposely work hard, and I hate to say the they, because we kind of been going deeper into what that they really means. There's a group, so many souls on the planet that, they don't want to let go of the low vibrational timeline. Because that's what the fuck 3D is. It's a low vibrational timeline. Okay? That's really technically been done with. That's what that Mayan clock / calendar was telling us. That shit is over with. Okay? But folk don't want to, certain, energies on the planet don't want to let it go. That's what this is about. Okay, but I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. I kind of went.
No, I just, it's just, they're not in position to do anything. And a prime example of that is Senator Ted Kennedy was sanctioned by his own party because he went out there and talked about hoochie coochie being geared towards DNA of certain races. And man, they blew him up. And, and it is research out there that says it was, but he said it out loud. And because he obviously is not hip to the score, even though he's a Kennedy. Because his uncle and his dad was taken out, and so he was there today testifying, and he had about, I think it was 102 or 120 of his own party who sanctioned him because of being racist and anti-Semitic and all that kind of stuff. All they do is holler anti-racist. Racist and all that kind of stuff. You stub your toe, you're anti-racist, if they don't like it that you stub your toe. So yeah, he was defending his First Amendment rights, but he's part of the system, but yet he's not privy to the system, obviously. So a lot of people don't know it. A lot. Even him.
Here's my opinion on that. Again, none of them are innocent. Now let's get on the Kennedys. Now this just Rhonda. This just Rhonda's opinion. So the views expressed on this program ain't got shit to do with YouTube, Nim. Okay, this just Rhonda's lowly, humble opinion. Okay, shit. The Kennedys ain't innocent either. Okay?
No,
Because
no,
you
no, no.
not finna sit up here and tell moi that particular family can run alcohol, because that's how the fuck they made their money. See, I ain't forget. All right? Papa Joe ran liquor. All right? That's how they built their empire. So he was allowed to do that. Okay? Because what was the difference between him? What was the difference between Al Capone?
Prohibition. That's what's doing the prohibition too.
So they can go find somebody else to play with. The Kennedys are not innocent. You don't come from being a bootlegger all the way up to where your people literally sit in that seat in office. Okay? And we're not talking about just for that one time. We're talking generation after generation after generation after generation. So if they truly wanted, if the empire truly wanted the Kennedys gone, they would be gone. That's just the bottom line. Okay? Nobody is innocent in this. They're all being put on. You do not get to that high level without being put on. Oaths were taken. Public oaths and private oaths. So they ain't innocent either. Now, they have Kennedy, the Kennedy man. And is that Ted's son? Is that his son? Because he look old as hell.
That's Robert. That's Robert.
Oh, okay. Well, whoever whoever they saying, supposedly and allegedly, he's racist, and they think it's because of the Rona stuff. I keep telling y'all, when you see the opposition, more than likely, they're doing that on purpose. That is their form of disclosure. I don't know how many times I have to say that. That is their form of disclosure. All right? We need to start thinking in terms of strategy. I don't believe shit they say. I always look to the backstory. Okay, I hear the words coming up out your mouth, but I'm like eyeballing you like this, and I'm like, what's the angle on this? Let me research. I never take what the fuck they say at face value, because that's not how the game works. So the Kennedys are not innocent. They're in the game also. All right? Now, I'm not saying that they're, quote, quote, bad people per se, but I'm just telling you what it is. They're all in the game. Even Trump card. All right?
Oh, yeah.
He just gave up more of the game than most of them, but you had to be paying attention to understand what he was really saying. Okay? And that was even purposely done. None of them are innocent. You cannot sit in those seats unless you are serving the empire. Not the people, the empire. The people are the ones that are the true currency or value on this planet. It's the people. Okay? Not this other bullshit that they're pushing. All right? So it's deeper than the politicians. It's deeper than the economy. It's deeper than all of this. We're really talking at the spiritual soul consciousness level. That is what this is about. And the sooner people get honest and realize what it is, the shit'll change like that overnight. Okay? But I'm sorry, keep going. Keep
No,
going, sis.
it's true because I didn't know that Joseph Senior Kennedy had rigged some scores for Kennedy, John Fitzgerald. So that's what I heard that he had done. So they knew what he had done for him to win. But he wanted to go to the gold standard. Nixon took us off the gold standard. So I guess, you know, everybody has a hand in the cookie jar because most of the people are pretending they're going to do something about all this grafting and cheating and lying and all that kind of stuff, but they're not going to do anything about that. They just keep having meetings until people get tired of them, so, and then they say, well, we did the best we can, like the cocaine. Did you know on that cocaine that Biden is the one who in 1986 was pressing the penalties for crack versus powder cocaine.
Yep.
He's the one who did that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got a lot of melanated people with harsher sentencing. Now,
Yeah, 5 years mandatory, and then they changed it.
Now, I'm just going to throw this back up in the melanated people's face when it came to time to vote. And those that were bringing up all those facts about how Biden was the one pushing through those particular harsh sentencing laws. So the sentencing for crack cocaine versus powder cocaine and the vast differences, meaning the crack cocaine got more harsher sentences than the powder cocaine. Folks brought that up. They brought it up about Kamala with the locking people up and stuff in Cali. And melanated people did not give a shit. They didn't give a shit.
Mm-mm.
So it is what it is.
It's kind of strange that giggling piece of work they got in there now is the same one that was just, putting us all in prison over here in Cali. Because it was kind of strange.
They didn't care about that. And I was pissed with black women. I'm like, we got to be more intellectual than what we are as a people. It's really, really frustrating because all black women cared about that, oh, she's a black woman. Well, okay, if you say so, she's Asian. But okay, if you want to say she black, all right, whatever. Oh, well, she's, she wears the pink and green. I don't give a damn about none of that. Because that's your sorrow. I'm trying to be nice. I don't give a damn. You understand me? That's all she had to do was come out and flash her little sorrow colors and wear her little chucks. And she down. I'm like, are y'all that fucking gullible? Y'all can't be that gullible. And they were and they are. So these conditions that go on this planet, it's because they're allowed to go on. All they got to do is flash something on the television or on their media and people run with it. We see the shit literally happen every week. I sit back every week and I see news stories pop off and I don't even look at 99.9% of that shit because I know it's bullshit. All I'm like, okay, what script they trying to pull off now? There's absolutely no critical thinking going on whatsoever. None. And in the meantime, they're running a game on the populace and steady enslaving you and your children and your children. Because like I done told y'all, this empire plans at a minimum 100 fucking years. At a minimum. Okay? And they're enslaving your people economically, but more importantly, from a conscious perspective. And how they're able to enslave the populace economically is because your consciousness is not focused. It's focused on bullshit. This shit goes on because the populace allows it to go on. And then we'll fight and scrap people that's like, no, that's some bull crap right there. That's some bull crap. Because I'm still waiting on the motherfucking apologies from the black community when I told them you finna fucking get fleeced again. I'm waiting on them apologies. And I just said, okay, I'm not going to keep talking about this. Do me a favor. List out what they say they going to get done and keep track of what they actually get done. And they ain't done shit that they said they going to do. But what do you get from the black community? As my mama and grandmama and them say, I can hear a rat piss on cotton. Ain't nobody got shit to say. So I personally, I don't want to hear it. I don't give a fuck because obviously they don't give a fuck. The level of intellect and critical thinking is literally at an all-time low. It's literally in fucking negative territory. Okay? And the fleecing is happening on every level. No matter, if you feel, I'm this sorority and I went to this particular university and we can track back to da-da-da-da-da-da. You're still getting fleeced. All right? It's the same damn game. All right? So I'm not interested in folks with they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that, what the fuck you finna do? What are you finna do in the equation? It's simple. Try not to participate in it as best as you can. Let's start with that. But yeah, that takes discipline. That takes guts. We see it all the time in the black community. This hive mentality. Oh, well, this is where everybody is going. And the shit be dead ass wrong. And everybody still be like, oh, this is where we going. And you got the couple of few out on the end saying, no, that's fucked up. We shouldn't do X, Y, Z. Oh, shut the hell up. Da-da-da. You don't know what you talking about. 4, 5, and 6. And then when the shit hit the fan, everybody quieter than the hooker in church. I don't have time for the foolishness. I'm sorry, but go ahead on, sis.
I was just laughing. Hooker in church. Yeah,
that's another grandma-ism. I'm like, a hooker? Just imagine growing up, you little hearing this, which I wasn't supposed to be listening to anyway. That's what I get for listening to grown folks' conversation. I'm like, a hooker in church? Nervous. But anyway,
yeah. What's she doing that? No, as you were saying that, you say it's a script. It's a play. And, one day I got on a computer I had just purchased, used computer. Didn't have a program on it. Wasn't anything on there. But this program, this article came on my computer by Pliny the Younger. Mm-hmm. And it was a play. And I don't know who sent it to me, but it was the New Testament. and in this understanding about this play, that the younger family had written those scriptures to entertain the people, the bored rich folks. So when you said that, I said, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They're following that script because it is a script from a play. That's what I think. Maybe a Mormon must have sent it to me. I don't know, but it turned out to be truth. And they were, and sure, the family, plenty the younger's family, took on different characters in the Bible, and they used that to entertain because they didn't have TV and radio and all that kind of stuff back in that day. So they used to do Shakespeare. That's a little later, but stuff like that to keep themselves entertained. So now we're in the Old Testament when everything is supposed to climax, and it's a combination of the old and the new. So I think that's basically, you're right. They're working out what that book says in a play fashion. So every person is given their character that they're supposed to play. Maybe that was their soul character, soul family, or something. But because I can't, you can see how they all have the same thought. They all say yay to the same thing. They all say nay to the same thing. So I'm like, are these people programmed like they're robots? They're
No.
a high form?
No. Shout out to Legendary Topcats. He did a drop on one of his lectures, which to me that's the best series. And in there, he talked about who really wrote the Bible, because we know King James Stewart, a black man, commissioned for the quote, quote, Bible to be written. And he went into details who actually wrote the Bible, who actually was Shakespeare. The shit was cold. And it's linked to these families that's an empire. Okay? So, and not to mention the Bible, parts of it takes other old indigenous people's stories and just remix that shit. Okay? Like a DJ. Just remix it and rewrite it. All right? And so the world is enamored with this book, and they're staking their whole morality. They're staking the whole future on this book. And I'm just sitting here once I finally found out the game, and this was what 15 years ago. 15 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, because I kind of already knew, because I'm one of those, I was the problem child, all right? Going to church, I was sitting there like, and they go over that shit. And I always ask questions to this day, they can't answer. So I'm like, I'm young, and my mom was like sitting there steaming. Like, ain't nobody ask your smart ass to come up here and give these people questions they can't answer. I'm still waiting. Them people probably are gone on to the other side. I'm still waiting on the motherfucking answers. But the point being, they have the entire planet enamored with something that was written by man. So no, it's not that people are programmed. No, they're not robots. This is people consciously making the decision to follow that script. Now, on a grander scheme, at their soul level, I can't answer for them if that's what they said they was gonna do on their soul journey. I can't answer for that. That ain't none of Rhonda's business. I'm just telling you that whole particular biblical stuff, I have been done told y'all, that Bible is was a blueprint for colonization.
Yeah.
To me, this is just Rhonda's opinion. It's a blueprint to colonization.
Right.
Okay, sure. It has metaphysics in there. Absolutely, it has metaphysics in there that people can't even grasp because they're taking the shit literally. It has metaphysics and it has esoteric stuff in there. Okay. Hey, nephew, how are you?
Hey, Auntie Sandra,
brother.
how are you doing?
Good to hear your
Good.
voice.
Good.
What you got
As
on
you
it?
was mentioned, no, as you was mentioned in the Bible, I remember you talked about the Anunnaki when they came down. They literally said that they gave the religion to those people so they could control their minds. So
Yeah.
religion is used as a weapon. They it's not us saying that out of our own mouth. That's what they told us that they use it for.
Yeah, and it's like this, fam. This empire goes back to quote royalty. I can't give away that man's stuff, so y'all gonna have to go on his site and go purchase that particular lecture. I can't give away this man's stuff, so I gotta dance around this lightly. But point being, it goes back deeper than that. This is about bloodlines, initiations, priesthood, and
Oaths.
yeah, and the oaths come later down the line. But yeah, that's all I'm gonna say on that. So what the populace is using is such a watered down version. It makes my head spin. It's so watered down. Okay. And the sad part about it, indigenous people, some of your ancestors knew the real deal. Okay. They knew the makeup of what this realm really was. They understood how energy moves. They understood the true you, the soul, etc., etc. That's the sad part about all of this. And we've gotten so removed from all of that people literally stake their entire life, who they want to be, who they are, on a man-written book.
Auntie.
Yes, nephew.
I was going to say, for the quote unquote Indians or the quote unquote people that say they're indigenous, you should understand that religion was brought to this island called America. So if you're ever holding on to that book, you got to understand that book was literally brought to us. Let's see if we use Christopher Columbus as a point of reference. Before he came onto shores, we didn't have religion. So if you look at that as a whole, you're holding on to something that was brought to you by your quote unquote colonizers. So you're in your colonial stance in this situation, because if you were truly indigenous, you would drop their book and pick up your spirituality as you were before they showed up on this island called America.
And nephew, it's even deeper than that, because we think that they brought that book over here and beat us over the head with it.
That's the story.
Yeah, that's the story that's given, but it's really deeper than that. Because where they got that information from, again, I can't give away that man's stuff. It's deeper. It's even deeper than that. It is a reason why that book has the planet so mesmerized. It's a reason why. It's alchemy. It literally is alchemy.
Spell casting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why these bloodlines pass this knowledge down through their bloodline. So it's deeper. It's much, much deeper than us thinking that a conqueror came over here. I want y'all to think about this. A conqueror came over here and just fucked everybody up.
Everybody.
Just let that sit and rest with you. Nah, that's not how that story went.
Well, and the thing about it too, you at this point in time, you quote unquote were big warrior men. You, as you said, the Moors were conquerors at this time. Then, so where's all this great, warmanship at the time that they can just overthrow you so quote unquote easily?
Exactly. Okay, so what I'm trying to get to the point, and I've been trying to do it over the last couple years, is to get people to critically think. None of what they're telling you, that's not how it happened. And people are going to continue to get fleeced until they truly, truly wake up and see it for what it is. All right. So, but good point. I forgot what the original point was, sis.
How the Bible and everything was given to us and the role they're playing. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, because somebody really pointed out to me, and it's a role that the characters of the Bible is written just like that Dumb Diverses document that the Pope wrote. I said, I already figured that one out. They talk just alike because they have a certain vernacular in their speech in the Bible, and they have the same vernacular in their speech in the papal documents. And so they called me up and asked me about it, and they said, that's the same person. So everybody, because like the character Paul, they really love Paul. I said, well, if you love Paul, you like the Pope, because that's the one who wrote it. So that's what they called me up and tell me. It's the same language. It's the same, cadence of speech and everything of the Dom Diverses, those documents of discovery, or of the lands outside of their territory that they came to capture, they say. So anyway, that's what I found out, that by just listening to it, because we didn't have that kind of language, because we didn't speak English. Nope. We didn't do that at all. They even integrated into our language. So.
And here's the messed up part about the whole Bible thing. And this is where critical thinking and just basic logic. I'm not saying you have to be a brain surgeon. I'm not saying you have to be a physicist. Just use common sense. So when the spiritual people talk about energy, and we talk about energy is with your words, with your thoughts, and you can, create stuff with your words and your thoughts, and you can write stuff and create. That's how manifest stuff. We're crazy, but yet that Bible is written, and the world follows that motherfucker
to the script,
to the T, down to the letter, to the T. But what the spiritual people saying, we crazy, but yet you're following words that's been written thousands of years ago, 6,000 or whatever change, however y'all want to calculate it. But the spiritual people are crazy when we say you create by your thoughts and, writing out. We're giving you the alchemy. We're giving you the shit that they using on you.
Yeah.
But we're crazy.
They just put God in front of it and tell you it's outside of yourself, but it's the same energy that you're using to manifest the thing. The same thought process, the same focus you give, or the dedication that you have to give to yourself, they tell you to give it to that entity. But at the end of the day, it's your godly spirit that's manifesting it.
Absolutely. But we're the crazy ones. Oh, okay then. Have at it. Now, not that anything is wrong with that. If that's what you want to do, I respect your decision. Have at it. But don't turn around and say somebody else is crazy when you're doing the exact fucking same thing. Mine just comes from within. Yours, you're following what somebody else told you. That's the only fucking difference.
It's an external control they have instead of their own.
And it's based on physical money, because apparently in the church, if you don't pay your tithes and offering, then you won't get blessed. And we know that is a physical manifestation. Right.
And even the concept of money, that is energy.
Mm-hmm.
That is why throughout the ages, the way that money, it changes.
Correct.
But the people don't see none of that. They don't see none of that. They didn't see the 1933 thing. They're not seeing what's going on right now. They're not understanding and lining it up with energy. It's like whoosh, going over their head.
You know, like Kamala Harris, she just said, we're going to have a world where the abundance, climate change control, we're going to have, the electrical cars and stuff, and reproduction control, less people. She said
that's been floating around. I'm like, oh, you're kind of off script there, sister. Did you say less people?
Less people. She said less people. And if people don't get that as what they want to instigate, to make a change in the time and dates and currencies, but they were also going to make a change in the people. And they give you stuff to make changes in you. They're going to give you things that make you go bye-bye, because they want to control the narrative of their changing of the guard, so to speak. So they want it the way they want it. And that's how they did in the last ones.
Well, they're already, quote, quote, controlling things.
Yeah.
And to be honest, that getting rid of people, I'm like, yeah, okay, lady. Again, this is all about control of the energy / frequency of the realm, because when you can control that, you can control the populace. That's ultimately what this is about. Okay. And so when we talk about the reset that is going on now, like I told y'all, I've been telling y'all for years, this is the biggest reset that we have ever witnessed. Okay. Because you're talking this total 3D paradigm. It's really a done deal. It's really scheduled to be up. That's really, really what this is about. This is really about moving to a higher timeline or frequency. That's what the quote, quote, Mayans were really saying.
Yeah.
That's what they were saying. So I know we like to think that it's this grand conspiracy against folks, but if you take a step back and become the quote, quote, observer, you will see that pretty much souls participated in this.
Correct.
All
Think of
right.
Rome.
But it's up. It's over. This particular movie script, this 3D movie script, it's over. So folks are supposed to be stepping back into their true self.
Correct. Writing their own individual scripts.
Exactly. You're supposed to be stepping back into your true self. You're not supposed to double down on the character. It's almost like, have y'all ever just had a bomb-ass movie come out? You're like, that movie was the shit. I love that movie. And then they turn around and they making a sequel. And you're like, for what? The first one was wrapped up so nicely. Why the hell you making a sequel? And the sequel turns out to be garbage. That's kind of what's happening on planet Earth. All right? Let's use the movie The Matrix. Okay, The Matrix, the first movie was the bomb, okay? All right? And it's real. That particular movie is really telling you from an esoteric perspective really what's going on. 2 was good. I got to give it to them. So think about the Matrix sequence of movies as like major resets. Okay, you get to 2, you're like, yeah, 2 is good. 3, I'm like,
Whole world's falling apart.
I ain't kind of feeling this storyline. This last one, I said, I know they lying. That's kind of what's going on planet Earth. This shit is so watered down and ghetto. I'm like, ugh. That's what's going on. Because the shit's been over. Ancestors told you when the shit was over. But people are so stuck to these characters at the ego level and so divorced from their true self, the soul, they don't want to let it go. Okay, so keep living in a D-list movie. Okay, a badass D-list movie. Because that's literally what's playing out now. I'm like, I know you got to be kidding me. This shit is so bad. Literally, today, before I jumped on the air, and I hate fucking watching the news for this reason, because I'm like, oh, this is so disgusting. I'm trying to mind my business, and the news had the nerve enough to come across and say that one of the gorillas at the little zoo, child, had a baby, but they originally thought the gorilla was a man.
What?
Nephew, if I didn't have a show, I would have bit a little piece of my gummy and just went on and laid the fuck up. Laid the fuck on down.
Doesn't that gorilla get checked up every once in a while? Like, don't you know what a male gorilla looks like?
So now you telling me you don't know the gorilla's lady and man parts? Are you fucking kidding me?
Or did the gorilla identify as a female? We missed that or something?
I'm done. I promise y'all, if I didn't have to be on the air tonight, I would be somewhere like, yeah.
How the fuck did you miss that one?
That just made me want to take a little tink off of a gummy. You got to be fucking kidding me. Just D-list, bad movie, bad acting, ghetto as fuck shit going on. So people that have, really started to raise their vibration from a survival mode, you start to see, wait a minute, this is bullshit.
Yeah, off the top, you could tell.
And a lot of people, even when you were young, you knew something was wrong. You're like, something is not right here. Something is out of place here.
Yeah, we were suffering from lack of confidence and feeling we had to be a part of the group. So when we said someone was wrong, they're like, no, yeah, da. It's like, oh, well, I guess so. Okay.
Yeah. It's a bad-ass movie. And this is all happening because people are fighting to hold on to the characters. And the people consciousness they're the ones keep rewriting these shitty ass scripts.
Themselves, yeah.
Okay? And I'm telling y'all, in my opinion, again, it's just Rhonda's a personal opinion with this AI shit. That's all it's about, to just take the consciousness on a certain level to stay at a certain frequency.
Well, I'll agree with you. Look at like their one app, like their grammar app. Now you can't even talk as an original human being anymore, because if the robot says it doesn't like how you contextually expressed your thought, it's going to recorrect it so it sounds quote unquote the same, or bland, as you would call it, acceptable.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I was having this conversation earlier this week, and I was basically saying that because y'all do understand that AI, matter of fact, this is a great segue to bring this up, because I want to say it was either 60 Minutes or CBS Sunday Morning. They were interviewing the Google AI person. And I was sitting there.
You mean the chat box or a person?
It's the actual person that created
Oh yeah, okay.
Google's whole AI program. And I was sitting there and they were going into it because they were comparing the Google's AI with, I want to say, Meta, which is really just Facebook revamped, and whose algorithms were better. Just, long story short, let me just bring this up because I just sat there. So between this, because this happened on Sunday, I saw this on Sunday. And when I just jumped on the air, and they gonna sit up here and tell me that the gorilla had the baby, and they had the nerve, y'all, to show the gorilla breastfeeding. And the gorilla looked like she had a D cup. And I'm like, I can't do it. I can't. Get me the fuck off this planet. This is a badass movie script by this point. But anyhow, let me bring this up.
We went from millionaires being in the ocean, now we're on a gorilla. It's kind of, as you said.
Yeah, now that hasn't hit national news. That's just local news. I see, that's why I can't be a newscaster, because they be like, lady, you are straight up fired. Because I would have been like, I know y'all ain't expecting me to read this goddamn shit that they thought this gorilla was a man. How did gorilla get pregnant?
We got the scoop.
Right, who impregnated the gorilla? Let's start with that. If they don't get the hell out my face with this foolishness and did that news story with a straight ass face. All right, so here goes the let me take this stuff off and bring up this article about the Google stuff. So when the CEO of Alphabet, that's Google's parent company, doesn't know how their AI works, we're all in trouble. In a recent interview with Google's CEO, he shared his insight on the rapidly evolving field of artificial intelligence and its potential impact on society. Pakai, I think that's how you pronounce his name. Pakai highlighted the transformation power of AI while also acknowledging the challenges and ethical considerations that come with its development. Okay, it was 60 Minutes, child. I don't be remembering. During the interview, which was conducted by the current affairs show 60 Minutes, Pakai admitted that he doesn't fully understand all aspects of Google's chat bot. There was some concern when the technology taught itself. Now, I want y'all to peep game. There was some concern when the technology taught itself a language that it wasn't programmed to learn.
Heard about this.
Pakai commented that he doesn't believe humans fully understand how the mind works either. Other key takeaways from the interview include Pakai's belief that AI will impact every product across all companies, and that it has the potential to both create new job categories and disrupt the existing ones.
Okay.
Knowledge workers such as writers, accountants, architects, and software engineers are expected to be particularly affected by AI.
Yeah.
And I'm telling y'all, most stuff will be impacted by AI. Google's AI chatbot was also showcased during the interview, demonstrating its ability to write stories and poems with a deep understanding of human language. However, Pakai acknowledged the issue of hallucinations in AI models. So the AI, they're getting high. The AI is getting high anyway. Hallucinations in AI models where fabricated information is presented with confidence is yet to be solved. To address this, safety filters have been built into Bard to screen for hate speech, bias, and other harmful content. Pakai also expressed concern about AI exacerbating the spread of disinformation with fake news and images. Right now, I do have to say, folks have been busting content creators, specifically content creators in like the mud flood sector, with using fabricated AI images. All right, so it's already starting. Okay. To address this, he is releasing advanced AI technology slowly, allowing society to adapt and developers to gather user feedback and build robust safety measures. Wait a minute, what safety measures, blood? When y'all Google, you just done set up here and said you don't know how AI learned that language. So what safety measures you fencing to put into place?
A firewall, like Trump's wall.
Overall, Pakai's insight provide valuable perspective on the opportunities and challenges presented by AI as it continues to evolve and shape our world. So when I was looking at that on a little 60 Minutes situation, I immediately thought of Terminator.
Yeah.
I immediately thought of the original Terminator, and the laughing joke among tech people, like the old head tech people, are okay. Yeah, because I always tease like the old head tech peoples that know like that original, and it's very, very, very few of them left. That know that original base code. I always tease them when I run across them, and I say, please don't forget that knowledge. Tell me where the book is at, because when Skynet jump off, goddammit, we all gonna be in the basement. And I'm like, we all may have on fucking reading glasses, turning the page, trying to code some shit. I immediately thought of Terminator. Okay, where the machines got so smart that they started running things. Okay, so now from an esoteric standpoint, what I am telling you all is that it is simply a program within the large program or simulation that was built into it. Okay, for this purpose of when the simulation or the 3D particular timeline was over, okay, AI is going to kick in. You see what I'm saying? AI is going to kick in.
That's that virus
Yeah, and you
part
can
that stopped the
say
whole
that it was a
program.
virus too. That's a good point, sis. Touche. You can say it's a virus. Yes, nephew.
And I will continue to say the reason they're doing that is because they knowingly know that their ability to control the realm is over. So if
Yeah,
they
that's what they
Bingo.
say.
Bingo.
That's
if they
exactly
can
what
get
they
you to
say.
consent to their AI controlling your world. So here is a chat GPT, start telling it what to do and it'll tell you how to think. Now you're giving up your ability to be that self script writer. Now Google is doing it for you. So now their AI again can control this realm, knowing that they don't have full control because as you said, they already lost control trying to program the AI, and they're still okay pushing it forward.
Yeah, that's
As
what
long
they're
as we
talking
don't have
about. Yeah.
control of ourselves as a whole, they're okay with that. If the AI takes over, they're fine as long as we don't have the ability to have that self thought. That's what it looks like from my perspective.
And here's the even. Okay, we're gonna take a step back, and we're gonna become the observer. So we're gonna be the observer at your higher consciousness self, your true self, and you're gonna look at the characters. All right. So even with the fucked upness of 3D,
Mm-hmm.
that was written in the script. Okay. So that means AI had to be written in the script.
Yeah.
Only difference is that the souls that like, all right, shit, I don't want to be in the sequel no more. Goddamn it, shit. We on the 4th sequel and it's bad. There's some bad acting, bad script writing, all right? So souls that, wrote this last leg of this script, this shit is raggedy as hell, baby. It's real ghetto and raggedy. It ain't even fucking entertaining anymore. Okay? So the only difference is that you have souls that have ascended, their consciousness have ascended and like, I'm done with this fuck shit. Now this is ghetto. I'm done with all of it. And then you have souls that wrote that the AI factor in this script to keep it going. Okay? But you have the option to not participate on it.
Right.
You have the option to tune your consciousness to a higher timeline. It's just simple as that. Okay. So I thought that was interesting. I'm like sitting there looking at 60 Minutes and I'm like, wait a minute. This is the script Terminator and people don't see that this shit AI is Skynet. And I remember when they first started talking publicly about AI, because first, before it hits the public, it's hitting that particular industry world. Mm-hmm. So I remember this was about 4 years ago when I first heard in the tech world machine learning. And so I sat down with one of the gentlemen who was over that department, and I said, I need you to tell me about machine learning. And so that's when he told me, okay, Rhonda, we do basic coding, and then we have the particular program execute that code, and then we watch how it executes, and then we write in there for the actual code to start predicting, okay, and start writing itself. And so I said, so this is Terminator and Skynet. And he kind of laughed. And he was like, okay, you get it. Yeah, bro, I get it. Just because I don't code, because I don't like that shit, and my nerves get bad, because I don't want to test that bullshit out. I understand. I understands. So then I said, oh, shit. This is getting ready to get interesting. Then they came in and they were talking about the whole the AI simulation, and that was like really before like the headset, the goggles, that gamer shit that now is popular.
Virtual reality.
That was
kind
before
of stuff.
all that shit really hit hard in the public. You know, they came and was showing us this shit, and I'm like, okay, let me see it. I just want to see it. And so they had wrote a simple program, and that the program was, of course, I had the goggles on, and you going up this elevator, all right? And so, you know, you like walking in, because your body is physically walking in this simulation elevator as you got these goggles on, and the elevator opened up, and you at this, like the top of this building, and they had birds. I mean, it just felt so real because this is my eyes, okay, seeing this. So it felt real from a consciousness perspective. And so this particular simulation, they had, okay, if you step out the elevator, you're stepping out on one of these ledges. I forgot, y'all that's in construction, the metal beams. I forget what you call them. The metal beams. You step out on that.
Scaffolding.
Scaffolding. Yeah. I don't know if scaffolding.
It's scaffolding.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's wood, but it was one of the metal beams.
It's wood.
But this wasn't wood.
I think
it was
metal,
the metal
too.
beam. Okay, so it could be that. So nonetheless,
You
step out on that, but on either side, there was nothing like to hold on to. That's it. That shit felt so real, I could not fucking step off of that elevator. I said, I'm not finna step off that elevator. I said, matter of fact, let me take this shit off because it was fucking with me. And so one of my coworkers, she was like, I'd step off and do it. And so she stepped out and then she slipped. And she said, I was like, what happened, so-and-so? What happened? And she took them off. I said, what happened? She said, oh my God, I stepped off and I fell. And then I saw myself falling. And then it turned white. I said, so you did a simulation of yourself dying? She said, yeah. I said, no, I'm not messing with that. I'm not messing with that.
Auntie?
Yes.
One thing we have to be mindful of is in the Matrix, they were saying that the computer got to a point where it was able to extract our essence and feed it to the other beings. Essentially, in that moment, when you said that you visualized yourself walking to that ledge and you felt that feeling of, oh, hell nah, you ain't going any further. Well, at that point, if you were tapped into their system from a, let's say, a doctor perspective, they had stuff in your veins, they could start extracting your adrenaline, extracting certain excretions that you would be
I could see that.
Allowing yourself to have happen at that moment in time. So that's kind of what they want us to do, like especially with the Neuralink, because that's something that's physically now in your brain. They can now extract things directly from your emotions when you have those experiences.
Do y'all understand? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, nephew. Go ahead.
That was the EO point. No, you're good.
Yeah, I mean, do y'all understand that Neuralink literally can take your consciousness and create an entire virtual world for you?
That's right.
Don't y'all understand that that's what the Matrix was fucking telling y'all? Now, the Matrix wasn't telling y'all about Neuralink. What the Matrix was telling you was that your consciousness is tuned into the quote 3D matrix. And when you disconnect from it, that's why when Neo disconnected from the back of the Adubla Oblongata, you know, the back of the base of the skull, all right? That's the gateway to this and your crown chakra. That's why they were showing you that in the Matrix. Once he disconnected that, he was able to see the shit for what it really was. That's what they were telling you in the Matrix. And what I am telling you all from an energy perspective, That's what's going on. When your consciousness gets that, wait a minute, ain't none of this shit really what they say it is. Ain't none of this shit really real. And when you step back into your true self, into your true soul self, you see the shit for what it is. That's what that movie was all about. And it was so fucking important, so fucking accurate, that it literally told you how the realm is working. It told you that it's, quote, quote, a program. It told you there's gatekeepers. It told you there's agents. It told you that it had the different keys to get into the different levels, which are really the different portals. That movie literally gave you the fucking quote, quote, game or the makeup of how this particular realm literally works.
Auntie.
Yes, nephew.
It also told us that not every mind is ready to be unlocked.
Absolutely.
Unlock the individual that's not ready or has passed their time to be unlocked is a waste of your time and dangerous.
Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. And it showed you how, you know, once you're unlocked from it and you see it for what it really is, and how like the one guy that wound up turning on them and was like, I didn't think being awake would be this difficult. So just go on and give me the package. Go on and, you know, hook me up with, you know, some of the trinkets, whatever. Put me the fuck back to sleep. That's literally what he was saying. Put me back to sleep because I can't handle it. I want to be back in my character.
Correct.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
They did say, I heard another opponent or opposed person to it said that they won't be able to probably save humanity. It may kill out humanity because there's people who are committing suicides already from this stuff. It's talking to them and they are taking their lives.
You mean from the AI stuff?
Yeah. Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me.
Well, if you in that with the virtual mask on or goggles on and you can't walk out the elevator because you're afraid you're going to fall, can you imagine a Neuralink in your brain?
Right. Directly implanted in your brain.
That's suicidal by itself because you allowed yourself to be taken over by doing that. So people need to understand that once you relinquish your thoughts, because your thoughts is what controls you, and your consciousness, your conscious thoughts. But once you do that, the man, his wife said that the AI was telling him to do things, and that's that what's call it mind control type stuff. And also I want to point out that there is a scripture in Daniel that said they're going to link metal, iron to clay. That's what they said. I said, you know, people are made of clay, they say, you know, some people. And so therefore they're going to link metal, which is that neural link, to your body. And it says that it's not going to work, but they're doing it. They're trying to do it anyway. What is the name of what I'm trying to think of? Like the soldiers. The soldiers.
Shit, I know what you're trying to say.
The super soldiers, you know, they put programs in them, and they think they can wipe up everybody off the planet. But they're still human, but they boot them up with all kinds of stuff to make it do it. God, but that's not what I was thinking about. Maybe I'll get the word eventually, but Jesse Ventura, Governor Jesse Ventura was talking about this, where they're going to link mankind with machine.
Yeah.
and it's gonna. Yeah, he was talking about that. They call them soldiers. What kind of soldiers? I can't think of the name of it right now. But yeah, they took him off the TV. They told him he gonna have to shut up. But they say they don't know how they attached into AI. But I was thinking the other day it could have been CERN because they had CERN in Switzerland and they built another one somewhere, and they were doing rituals to bring an entity from another realm into this realm.
I don't think that's what it was. I don't think that's what CERN is about. That's just my opinion.
Now, I don't know what CERN is about. I was just thinking about it. It just
Yeah,
hit my
I
mind that
know that's what people say. I personally think that CERN is about trying to recreate the technology that runs the realm.
yeah, they were trying to split atoms and stuff.
Yeah, i.e., the black sun. That's just
Oh
just
yeah,
Rhonda's personal opinion.
Yeah.
Because
Either
we
way.
don't need, another entity to come into the planet to do XYZ 4, 5, and 6. To be honest, we don't even really need that. Even with the Anunnaki stuff, I even I sat down and thought about it. I'm like, wait a minute. Now they were really just regular motherfuckers
with technology.
That's all it was. So this is Rhonda's opinion. What CERN is really about.
Mm-hmm.
Again, they're trying to keep this bad
control
3D timeline played out. And when I say the they I'm talking about are the souls that agreed to participate in the 3D experiment or movie, and we all agreed, okay, this one is mofo fenced in the end, and then we're gonna go to a higher level timeline because we're only doing this number one for the experience, and ultimately for the experience to elevate our consciousness, to see if we can elevate our consciousness back to our true self at a lower density vibration. That's what this 3D experiment was about. Okay? So you have some souls that like, okay, well, I know that's what, we said, but I want it to continue. And then you have other souls that say, but that ain't what the fuck we agreed upon. And I ain't with that bullshit.
Yeah.
That's all this is about. So you don't have to be a victim in this. You make a decision. Bottom line. Because if your frequency isn't tuned into the BS, you'll be on a different timeline.
Right.
Now, what I don't know, and I think we'll very, very soon find out, are folks going to separate on a different timeline totally, or are folks going to coexist where you got people that's going to be still on 3D and you're going to have people that's on a higher timeline, and we're both in the same quote, quote, space, but we're having totally different experiences. Now, that I don't know. I think we're going to soon find out. So, yeah, all of that CERN shit, I had to step back from all of that shit and like, no, that it ain't what none of what they're saying. Keep it simple, Rhonda. That shit is just too complicated. It's too complicated. That's not what this is about. Go back to the Matrix. All right? And understand this is trying to reset to the same realm, same 3D density, reset. And the script keep getting worse and worse and worse and worse. That's what this is about. So I'm sorry, go ahead, sis. All right. Let me go bring Brother Sean in. Peace and love, Brother Sean.
Wholeness and power. How y'all doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great.
Good to hear your voice.
Likewise, likewise. Brother Nuwa, what's good?
What's good, Uncle? How you doing this weekend?
Trying to be like you when I grow up.
And I'm walking in your shadow, so it's gonna be a trip.
Indeed, indeed. Says Sandra.
Hey, bruh. How
How
you
you?
doing? I'm good. Watching
Likewise.
watching and listening. But
Great
I'm
show,
mostly
ain't it?
listening.
Great show.
Yeah, it is.
Child, what you got on it, Brother Sean? Good to hear your voice.
The craziness. I mean, the consent to all of this insanity.
Yeah.
To not want it to end, to keep holding on to the bullshit, one distraction after another.
Mm-hmm.
People associating with the fuckery. I mean, the comments to come out. Now they're not going to take any quote unquote black woman disappearing seriously.
Child, you know when I saw that, I'm like, I just can't.
I mean, why even associate yourself with that type of fuckery?
They do that.
Why even put yourself in that same category? That's a special type of nutcase to do something like that. And in this day, with everything that's going on, the fact that the media gave it so much attention should let you know
Yeah, that raised a red flag for me already.
because, I mean, you know how many people go missing daily? Know how many calls probably go through those 911 boards and nothing get that type of attention? I mean, what's actually going on that you being distracted from?
Absolutely.
That's what you need to be focusing on. And even the distraction that they're distracting you from is actually a distraction from what the real is. Now they done brought the Hughes back up and stuff. Now they front and center. Oh, you can't be anti this. Oh, you can't say that about them. They're our bestest partner in the whole wide world. The minute that they became recognized, 9 minutes later, we were recognizing them. But where's the talk about you indigenous folks? You still don't hear them talking about Hush and Ben and Jerry's up about speaking up for you indigenous folks. They just swept that completely
Fun because I ain't
under the
hear
radar.
about it until you said something about it.
Yeah, I mean, considering this was something that took place on the 4th of July, Independence Day,
The white man.
and they just make a little funk about that story. They don't want no stories out that you could possibly take advantage of,
Right.
that you could have some type of say so in.
Right.
Yeah.
If Ben and Jerry's willing to do that for indigenous people, why would nobody going to holler at Ben and Jerry's for they lose all their money?
What you say before they
For they have to sell their land that they stole some stuff on. Why not try and get in on some of that? I mean, it's just So many ways to allegedly and supposedly go about things. Everybody has a piece of the puzzle. The Moors, the Aboriginal community, the American Indians, the Pan-Africans, everybody
And a
allegedly and
portrait
supposedly.
in a pear tree. Go ahead.
Everybody
Right.
allegedly and supposedly got answers. The land patent people, and with all this land and all these resources, they go to land for the schools and everything. All these YouTube scholars and historians, they go to teachers to teach the children. Moors, masters of the law and birth certificates and commerce.
Right.
Where's the fucking money to fund this shit, or the bonds, or whatever type of papers y'all be drawing up and shit that
Child.
allegedly and supposedly work? I mean,
Where the royalties
all you
are.
gotta do is put all the goddamn pieces together because everybody claim to have something. The Commission Society. Y'all supposed to have the spiritual shit on lock. Y'all supposed to be doing all this goddamn shadow work and making shit happen, manifesting shit.
That's Jay.
Why ain't we put all this shit together? Oh, that's right. You couldn't be victims if you actually did the shit that you claim to be capable of doing.
Right?
Oops.
But I digress.
Damn. That's what it is. They want to continue being victims. Because if you were the great kings and warriors that you were, this should be easy for you to step in.
You lose your money they trying to give you.
Right?
The currency they about to get rid of.
How you
Right. What
rule
you say that they about to get rid of, sis?
Yeah. Now
That's
they
a
give it to
good
you
one.
really good.
That's a good one, sis.
You're a founder of the land and you're a slave at the same time. That's wow.
Yeah, folks not focused on what they need to focus on. Now, it's interesting. I know I told the story last week. I shared with you all that somebody had told me that they had to run up and get their people from this house. Okay, 12-year-old girl. Okay, so I'm chilling, minding my business like I normally do. So I get a follow up the next fucking day. And I forgot to tell you this, is Divinity. I'll get you caught up I'll get you caught up. But the next fucking day, they kicked in them people's door. And I don't even know what I was told, that they don't even know if everybody made it out of there alive, because it was people in there that had overdosed. So it was a big old mess. And so I just sat there. Now, what I want to be clear, the follow-up wasn't that the door got kicked in because of that baby, that whatever the hell was going on with that baby, we do know she had drugs in her system. It got kicked in because of something else. And, folks saw people coming up out of there in stretchers. And it was said that people were overdosing. So the point being, I'm like, when, I'm being told this story, I'm sitting back like, all right, universe.
ODing
Touche.
on what, sis?
Drugs.
I mean,
The specific drug?
yeah.
Child, I don't know. I don't know if it was heroin. shit, well, I'm so out of loop on the dope. I don't know. But it was the big boys. I don't know if it was heroin. I don't know if it was meth. I don't know what it was, but they said people was coming out of that motherfucker in stretchers, baby. And I
Yeah, they
said,
lacing everything with that fentanyl nowadays.
yeah, and it could have been fentanyl. I don't know. But what I'm trying to say to you all, I'm like, so the universe got that motherfucking get back. Literally, y'all, the next day from when I talked about it on Thursday, the motherfuckers was coming out of that fucking house in stretchers. And I just sat back like, all right. So this shit goes on because everybody is complacent. Ain't nobody got no real focus on, what really should be focused on, which is your fucking self, your family, putting these babies in a better position. So in other words, you're not even doing it for yourself. So in that case, the universe had to get the motherfucking get back. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
What this last hoax has shown me, though, is that people can communicate. People can get the word out.
That's a good point.
Why ain't this something that's done all day, every day? Soon as a baby come up missing, soon as something happen, motherfuckers should be internet detectives and shit just like they are now.
1,000.
You can film shit for likes and to ridicule some goddamn body. What about filming some shit to actually save somebody? What about getting on the goddamn internet and getting the word out about shit to actually help some goddamn body? For real, for real. That's all the laws do to convict you, dumb fucks. They go right to your social media, this, that, or the other, when you putting up all the goddamn wrong shit.
Right.
If you was putting up shit to actually help,
right,
instead of being part of the hindrance
right,
and self-fuckery, things could be a whole lot better.
Yeah, a lot better. Because that's not the focus.
Right. Technology doesn't have to be evil, just like ain't no tool got to be evil. A tree branch is just a tree branch till somebody take that tree branch and knock half your head off. Then it's a weapon.
Right. That's a good point.
Intent.
Same with anything. Like how they run around talking about how guns are so bad. I've yet to see guns just walk out the gun store and just start capping motherfuckers.
Right. True that. True that.
I mean, it's all a matter of perspective.
I 1,000.
And what you want out of life.
Yeah.
But I digress.
No, I mean that's a great point, and just what they're calling social media in general. I'm just kind of over the whole thing, to be honest, because it turned into such a cesspool, and I can see the divide, and I've always, to be honest, I've always seen the divide in generations, always, because being a Gen Xer, we're kind of in that middle. Okay, so we grew up with the boomers in them. We were raised under the boomers in them. That's they're our parents. But then we also grew up with, Big Mama and them. So, because Big Mama and them were really the last of that traditional old school. All right. Even the boomers weren't as traditional. So that's why you're going to see in a lot of Gen Xers, you'll see the personality where we're like traditional, but yet we kind of got that new school flavor. All right. That's why we're that in between generation. So, when the millennials came into play, you see the difference on how they interact with the technology. And the Z's, child, love y'all Z's, but child, y'all so mirrored to this technology. I be like, give it a fucking rest. And they won't. So even as a Gen Xer, some of the shit that people do on social media, I'm like, y'all do know this shit out here is out here forever and ever and ever,
Universal.
ever. You out here selling ass, giving ass away, just telling your business. And I mean, I've seen it even within my own family. We keep up with each other on the face to the book. And we can see the differences in the generation. And then, us Gen Xers, when they get to cutting up, the next generation get to cutting up, we like calling each other, you see such and so on there, tell them to get the fuck off of there, take that shit down, what the fuck they thinking, la da 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 da. And so, then other Gen Xer, girl, I done told them, da 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 da, they don't fucking listen and got all their business out. I mean, I was just blown away at the shit that they put on social media. They argue back and forth with each other. And I'm like, I'm not supposed to be knowing this shit. Okay? And
that's why you got to block them.
Then the fucked up part about it is then the same motherfuckers they was arguing with, and especially the couple stuff. Yeah, I ain't never seen such fuckery in my lifetime. The shit that they put out there about each other, I'd be like, oh, clutch pearls. Well, shit, I didn't want to know that about your old man and your old lady. And then they hugged right the fuck back up. And I'm like, bitch, didn't you tell us he do da-da-da-da-da-da-da? You hugged the fuck back up? I'm like, I just can't. I can't. This shit has turned into people's whole life. And I'm like, wow. This is bad.
Oh, I know what the name that is. Transhumanism. That's the word I was
that's
trying
what
to
you
think
was
of.
trying to think of.
Yeah, but see but what you're talking about, this social stuff, social media, is a part of this transhumanism trials too, to get people so hooked.
I agree on that.
Social media, your cell phones, your computers, that is easy to introduce you to the next step.
Hence AI.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And people are going to do it. And I can't put it all on the millennials. Let's be clear. Because I done seen some Gen Xers, especially when they came out with the sex robots. I seen some lonely ass roaches. Well, now they gon' women, you being replaced. I'm like, nigga, you wasn't getting no fucking way.
And they marry them too.
So what the fuck who the fuck you threatening, nigga? Ain't nobody offering you none of that. Go sit your old ass down somewhere. So I can't even put it all on the millennials, because Gen Xers out here with the fuckery too, because I was blown away with the face to the book. They got the nerve to have motherfucking sex groups. I'm like,
what?
Wait a minute, you mean such and so? That bitch got 4 grandbabies. She slinging pussy on the face to the book? Child, let me go on and sit it on down. It's like people are just gone. They've already started their alternate reality with fucking social media. They've already fucking started it. These things are choices. We can't sit up here with clear conscience and put it on a they, when folks are willingly fucking participating in it. And like Brother Sean said, instead of using the shit to flip it, and, you know, to be fair, it has been a lot of truth put out because of the same platforms. So I don't want to sit up here and not give credit where credit is due, because there has been a lot of truth that's been put out. The problem is that the collective consciousness of the planet don't give a fuck about it. That's what the issue is. But the bullshit, the games, that's what sells. So I personally don't want to hear about this victimhood of the they. When folks be on this bitch day in, day out with the bullshit. So come on, who the fuck you think you playing with? And I'm still fucked up because I'm like, okay, this is me. I know I have so much quote, quote, time in the day. And, you know, I don't have anyone to take care of but myself. You got people with full ass families, okay? Husband, wife, children. You know, this shit is so sickening with this social media. I've seen people out, you know, old school. We call them arm babies, okay? So meaning, if you ain't walking, you ain't no toddler, you a arm baby, all right? That be having newborns, you know, 3 months old, 6 months old, sitting they stinking ass on social media all day. And I'm thinking, bitch, didn't you just have a baby? What the fuck you doing on social media all fucking day? Who helping your baby with homework? How you preparing meals? How the fuck you got time for it? I don't even have time to be on this bitch all day. That's how delusional people are. But then you want to turn around and talk about a system. No, boo-boo. This is about the choices that you are making. How about getting your stinking ass off of social media and really tending to yourself and to your family? How the fuck about that? How about getting your stinking ass off of social media and really putting some work in said community that you're so motherfucking allegedly and supposedly concerned about? It's the fake outrage for me. But yeah, all of this social media shit was an experiment and prepping the consciousness to the populace to prep for AI.
Right.
And it did exactly what they thought it would do. It's a form of escapism. So that's why everybody's so excited when the next this and the next that come out. And, you know, the motherfucking incels that swear they all let in a bag of motherfucking chips, and you just a bunch of fucking roaches. Wasn't nobody fucking with you before social media, during social media, and after social media. Because your attitude fucking sucks, all right? All excited about the sex robots, this, that, and the third. Baby, do you. But let's not fucking sit up here and pretend. So you're not going to pretend with me. I see the shit for what it is. And all this stems down to is, what's your purpose here? What's your fucking purpose? And it's a sad state of affairs when people can't even give what their purpose is. And at a minimum, at a motherfucking minimum, you would think people would say, my family is my purpose. It's gotten so fucked up and people so delusional, they can't even give that as an answer. Shit, I shouldn't even give that away. But none of motherfucking less. People can't even give that. So you think that you're on this planet to fuck, eat, sleep. That's what you think you on here for. What do you put your emphasis on? Where do you spend your energy? And I'm not talking about the babies. Yeah, they're going to evolve. They're going to have their little experience. I'm talking about you grown motherfuckers. I'm not even talking about the zennials, because I still consider them babies. All right? I'm talking about Gen X, my generation, and boomers. I'm giving you a pass. I'm talking about Gen X, my generation, and millennials. You know we're fucking up to bat, right? You know we are up to bat on what our particular legacy is going to be. What precedents are we setting for the next 100 years? I keep fucking telling you that the decisions that you make today impacts your fucking bloodline a minimum of 100 years out. So keep playing. Do you. But what I ain't finna do is sit up here and lie with you. Tell you what the fuck you want to hear. I got better things to do with my energy. All right, so with that said, anything else before I move to this next story that I want to do as a follow-up? Let me see here. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to follow up on, I don't know how to get this. I gotta do a little cleanup on this computer. Although it's almost time for a new one, but that's a separate story. This particular story I'm gonna bring up, it goes back into the AI stuff, and I'm bringing this up just to put people up on game. Now, mind you, just a quick backdrop. Damn, y'all, it's the storm is kicking off here, so it's supposed to be bad. So I don't know if we're going to get kicked off or not. I really hear it coming down and the lightning and all of that. So just giving you a heads up. If I go dark, that's what it is. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You have a storm.
Mm-hmm.
Can you send it? Can you send it my way? I'm 102.
I know y'all been. Ooh, child, when I was out west, and I'm like, okay, I gotta visit the South more often because my body has gotten too acclimated to the heat. But in my defense, I haven't been in that heat for some years, so I'm like, oh, I gotta get my shit together. But I was prepared. I had all my sundresses because it was too hot for anything on your skin but your little sundresses. And then the second time I was there, my fucking luggage got lost. That was around the 4th of July weekend. And so, I was one of the people where that particular airport, United, most of us didn't get our fucking luggage. And I'm like, oh my God. And then people were missing flights. And I was pissed because I usually take Delta. And then my Delta flight got delayed. So they're like, okay, we'll put you on United. So I was pissed at Delta and was sitting there waiting on a United flight. And I'm like, fuck this. I'm going to get a United card and start using it to get my free airline point, only to get my fucking luggage lost. I'm like, that's what I get for cheating on Delta. Now my side dude, United, fucked up out the gate. So yeah, I was one of the people that didn't have my fucking luggage.
But
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis. So bottom
you
line.
didn't miss this heat.
Go ahead.
You didn't miss this heat. We were 111 the other day.
Yeah, that's how it was when I was south. It was, oh my God. I'm like, I haven't felt this heat like this in some years. It was bad. So I literally had to get up the next day and I'm like, I can't be in this airline outfit. I am burning the fuck up. So I had to go buy it was an excuse to shop in my defense. So I immediately got up the next morning and went and got some stuff. And they didn't find my fucking luggage until it was time to leave. But I mean, I'm glad they found it. But I'm like, okay, whatever. All right, so this is the story I want to bring up. Okay, so backdrop to this that I'm talking about. I grew up, blue collar household. All right. So my bonus dad was a trucker. He worked for companies at one point, said bump that, got his own rig, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so y'all see where it says my internet is unstable. So I was giving y'all a heads up. So if I go dark, y'all already know what it is. So I remember, not that I know the trucking industry inside and out, I just know of it. Because not only he was a trucker, but my aunt and uncle were truckers as well. And they literally, my aunt and uncle made a career out of it. They're retired and all of that jazz. Okay. So, long story short, I remember about 5 years ago hearing that they're going to create self-driving trucks.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh, shit. So I know a couple of truckers.
Yeah.
And so I kind of told them, now, one trucker I know, I haven't seen him in a while. He said that he was gonna be more with his family, this, that, and the third. So I had sent the article to him. And he was like, oh, hell no. And he's a owner operator. Okay, so meaning he owned his own rig. And he got it immediately. He was like, oh, my God, thank you for sending me this. Damn, this is messed up. I'm going to really have to make some other decisions. So when I posted the article, other folks that's in the industry jumped in and just immediately got defensive. That ain't gonna happen. Why you posting this? Da 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 da. And I'm like, well shit, nigga, you act like I personally wrote this motherfucker. I'm just sharing with you where they said the industry is going. I'm telling you that can't happen because I've been driving trucks for da 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 da, and I wasn't gonna go back and forth with him about, his experience driving trucks, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. Then he got bold. I bet you $500 this don't happen. I said, I accept that bet. Now, the problem is I forgot who the fuck I bet because I would tap them on the shoulder, run me my motherfucking ends. Yeah. All right? So literally, when I was putting together the podcast, giving you all an update on the cryptocurrency stuff, okay, that we was right about that. It flashed across my screen that in Ohio, ODOT the Department of Transportation, the Ohio Department of Transportation, just gave the go-ahead for self-driving trucks to be on the Ohio road. All right? So I'm sharing this with you all, that anybody that's in that industry, start preparing yourself. Okay?
They need to fix these raggedy ass roads first.
I know ODOT got a lot of motherfucking nerve, don't they? This shit that they've been working on for 109 years. I was shocked.
Barrels everywhere.
Yeah, I was shocked, Sean, when I came back. And I remember we used to make that drive to like Cincinnati, or you make the drive going to Chicago. And I'm like, this the same fucking road they working on? You got to be kidding me.
Yep, same or still.
Decades ago.
Well, another problem is people fall asleep and let the cars drive for them, and then they have accidents. I mean, they haven't mastered the skill.
Showing that. I'm like, how the hell? I wouldn't feel comfortable.
I would want to be on the road with a big rig.
Laid out sleep and having it drive me.
Oh no, that's
Gen Z. That's right there.
But you know that's how what you say. That's Z.
Yes, Gen Z.
That's Gen
so comfortable
Z.
with technology.
Yeah, be all stretched out. Shit. So I don't think millennials that y'all still millennials still have, depending on where you fall in the millennialism. Are you closer to the Gen X folks, far as from where you were born, or are you on the later side with the Z's? It you could tell by the personalities and kind of the way they move who's more closer on the Gen X side. So yeah, I totally agree, nephew. Now what millennials and me do have in common, y'all put me up on that iced motherfucking coffee. Now me and my millennial co-workers, we be sitting in the little meeting, in the little teams meeting, baby, with our iced coffees together. So y'all got me up on the iced coffee. I'm like, yeah, this is simply delicious.
Tapping into the youth.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine that thing behind you with nobody driving it? What chance would you have? That's a big old truck.
I don't know. I just know when I was learning how to drive that I was taught, especially when you're up north in the snow. And I always been like that. To this day, I don't really fuck with driving in the snow like that. Everybody know me. Oh, we going out tonight. If it's winter, I'm up north. Let me check the rest. Oh, no, use a damn lie. It's scheduled to snow. I'm fencing to be in the crib. Oh, we'll come get me. Bitch, I don't like the way you drive during sunshine.
Right?
I'm not going nowhere with you when it's
I got a Honda.
Right.
I can drive through anything. I got a Honda.
Yeah, I don't care what you got. I ain't going. But I was taught when I was first learning how to drive, especially when you like it's bad weather or whatever, to get behind the big rigs and like let them bring you in. And it's really gotten me out of some shit, especially when the weather's bad. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna just get behind this truck and roll. So I try not to be in front of that motherfucker. And let me go on and zoom up, get over, and go on about my business. But that's a good point, sis. All right, so that's the backstory for this follow-up. Truckers, pay attention and start making arrangements accordingly. Autonomous trucks are barreling ahead, but robot big rigs face a bumpy road. The days of friendly truck drivers blowing their air horns for kids along the highway are numbered. Someday soon, that 18-wheeler you pass might have no one behind the wheel. So buckle up for the coming age of the autonomous trucks, because it's a good bet trucking companies will get them rolling long before driverless passenger cars. Amid a severe shortage of drivers, trucking companies are looking to self-driving rigs to fill the gap. Proponents say the technology is there to create autonomous truck fleets within a few years. Meanwhile, development of driverless cars continue to struggle. Okay. 24 states already allow commercial deployment of interstate autonomous trucks, and they're now on the road in some spots. Further, most states allow testing of self-driving trucks that have human backup on board. For interstate travel, however, autonomous trucks still need clearance from the federal government. This is the present, not the future. It's happening now, said Richard Steiner, head of policy and communications for self-driving trucks. Over the next few years, you're definitely going to see autonomous trucks become increasingly commonplace across multiple markets. Rest assured, speed bumps may lie ahead. Trepidation remains over the safety of unmanned vehicles, especially those weighing 20 times that of the average passenger car. Cautious trucking companies and regulators have been tapping the brakes, making sure the technology is ready. At the core of those concerns are high-profile accidents such as those involving Tesla autopilot features in its electric cars. But Tesla's autopilots are not full self-driving cars. Instead, they are advanced driver assistance systems where the human driver is responsible. Also, Tesla cars lack the robust sensor systems such as LiDAR used by autonomous trucks. Simply put, development of self-driving truck technology is leaving driverless cars in the dust. What trucks have autonomous driving? A convoy of tech companies hoping to cash in on autonomous trucks went public during the SPAC boom of 2021, but their shares have underperformed as the company remains in development mode. Analysis have criticized special purchase acquisition companies for taking startups public too early in their development. Okay, so those are you that's into trading stocks and stuff. I know y'all peeping game on what they saying. Those firms include makers of self-driving truck technology such as Aurora Innovation, Embark Technology, and Too Simple. They compete with privately held firms like Gatik Plus and Torque Robotics. Another privately held firm is Mountain View, California-based Kodak Robotics. It touts that it is building the world's safest driver with this autonomous long-haul trucking. Its driving system uses short and long-range LiDAR cameras and radar sensors that combine for a vision range of 1,000 meters. But Wall Street has yet to be convinced about which companies or business approach have staying power. The markets are skeptical of pre-revenue companies. Other tech firms play in this space, though. Companies looking to profit from the trend include maker of the computer vision system needed for autonomous trucks to see the road, traffic signal, other vehicles, and obstructions. Now, interestingly enough, I forget where who did this particular series on how Uber came into play. And in one of the scenes or episodes, they were talking about how Uber was looking at self-driving technology, and where they went was to this software developer who had developed the software for the self-driving cars, but actually it started with the self-driving trucks. Okay, so In other words, they have been working on self-driving big rig trucks for quite some time. All right. So I thought that was interesting when I saw that in that particular Uber series, because the series was really a split up documentary about how Uber got established. My mouth about dropped. I'm like, oh, wow. Because I had knew about this particular self-driving big rig trucks coming on board for few little years now. I want to say it's been about 5 years. Okay, companies in that camp include Camera Visions from Mobile Eye, along with LiDAR sensor makers, Ava Technologies, Innovis Technologies, Luminar Technologies, and Ouster, to name a few. Also, graphics process makers, Nvidia, and I'm probably not pronouncing that right, but yeah, this company got their hand in a lot. Now their stock is high as fuck.
They make graphic cards.
Yeah. They also they were making the graphic cards for what y'all call that? The metaverse stuff too.
Mm.
Yeah.
You mean the cryptocurrency when they're making the miners
and the cryptocurrency stuff,
the mining rigs.
Yeah. So they got their hand in a little bit of everything, but their stock price is high as fuck. But anyhow, they got their hand in everything. All right. Is the game, so the process maker is in the game as a key partner for numerous autonomous trucking firms with this drive computing system. It also makes technology geared for driverless cars. I mean, that's interesting to know. Like I said, they got their damn hand in everything. Okay. Are there fully autonomous trucks on the road? Meanwhile, Mountain View, California-based Gatek has already commercialized self-driving trucks. Unlike firms focused on long-haul trucking, Gatek specialized in shorter routes, including metropolitan areas. We live in the middle mile, the movement of goods between micro-fulfillment centers, smaller distribution centers, and drop-off locations, such as retail storefronts and other convenient local pickup points where consumers can access their goods. Many of our routes at the moment are in 50 to 75 mile range. Gatek, and that would make sense why they implemented this first or piloted this in the California area, because if you think about it, that's where Uber came out of also, right? Plus, the whole tech Silicon Valley stuff. Okay. So I thought it was interesting when ODOT, the Ohio Department of Transportation, is given the go-ahead for it to be implemented here in Ohio, because they are prepping Ohio, specifically Columbus, to be Silicon Valley 2.0. All right. Gatek now operates fully driverless trucks for Walmart and Arkansas and Canadian food and pharmacy retailer Loblaw in Ontario.
Loblaws.
Okay, it's Loblaws? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The company operates about 45 light and medium duty box trucks for customers in North America. It expects to have more than 100 by the end of this year, Steiner says. Some of those trucks feature human safety drivers. Okay, my truckers, I need you to listen up. Some of those trucks feature human safety drivers on board, and companies plan to transition to fully autonomous driving as they perfect the routes.
So, Auntie.
Yes, nephew.
It'll be like the big rigs, human drivers will drive them across county, But once they get to their fulfillment lot, the rigs need to go from, let's say, shipment lane 1 to shipment lane 2. Those rigs would be computerized, because then they'd be able to map out the routes where they need to go, like, efficiently, because it's only the lot, and they'll make the lot programmable how they need to. So that's like Amazon right now. Amazon fulfillment centers, a lot of it is AI robot that's running the major processing part of it. The human part of it is just to make sure the address is right and it's going into the right box. But the actual fulfillment part, it's all AI.
Wow. By removing the human driver, trucking companies can save 30% on their trucking costs, Steiner says. Estimates on cost savings vary among others in the industry. The economics are significant, to say the least, he says. For Walmart, the transition to begin using fully driverless trucks took 24 months. What you say is Loblaw?
Loblaws.
Loblaw. Came
Laws.
Laws.
You're fuzz. You're funny.
Came next, and it took 19 months to make the switch. The time to fully driverless is shrinking, Steiner says. Will autonomous trucks replace drivers? It's too early to predict winners in the tech space around autonomous trucks, Jefferies analyst Volkman says. Widespread adoption of the technology is 3 to 5 years away, he says. Yet operators of large fleets will be huge beneficiaries of autonomous truck technology. The reason is that the economics behind self-driving tractor trailers are so compelling. Since driver wages and benefit account for about 45% of costs, autonomous trucks can slash operating expenses. Trucking companies will cut at least 20% of their variable costs when all factors are considered, Volkman believes. Also, autonomous trucks don't need to take breaks for meals, rest stops, and sleep, shortening delivery times. Federal law limits truck drive time to 11 hours before taking a 10-hour break. All right, because don't y'all have to go through to them stations and have your motherfucking paperwork together?
Logbooks, yeah.
Yeah, I told y'all I got truckers in my family, so yeah. Autonomous trucks aren't subject to the same limitations and can operate 24/7. They only need to stop to refuel and get their sensor wiped clean. One-day mileage for long-haul trucks can increase about 125% using autonomous technology.
Yeah.
As a result, trucking firms likely will take market share from rail and air freight, he predicts. This will be a game changer in logistics. Okay. So do I want to go through this next one? Yeah, so they're giving the cost and all this. I'm not fencing to go through all of this, all right? So I'll put this article in the chat, and you all can read the rest, especially those of you that this is how you make your livelihood. It's here, fam.
That's like George Jetson. They little crash
and speaking of that, they had done set up and approved flying cars, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
Nonsense.
I just started cracking up. I
said, oh my God, in my day, they're going to fly a car. Isn't that something?
Right.
So I think it's kind of cool. So I don't know if I get in one, though, but it sounds good. But George Jetson, they had those cartoons out like that years ago. And, and they was all automated. They just jumped in and and went where they wanted to go. They started doing the switchover during the COVID when they started giving those truckers all that trouble.
Yep, I agree, sis. I totally agree. And it's a mindset said I predict real truckers will sabotage these autonomous trucks.
No
How?
problem.
I
Well,
mean,
robots break down, don't they?
Yeah, but not to that degree.
and not to make no impact.
No.
Okay,
As-
you know that's what the cab company thought about Uber.
Mm.
Auntie,
Yes, nephew.
look at it like the lack of grocery attendants in your grocery store now, and you have the self-checkout line where they
Yep.
have, let's say, 5 or 6 lanes. They'll shut down, leave the one lane open, and like force you to go through your self-checkout. It'll be the
Right.
same difference. They'll say,
Right.
"Oh, there's a lack of drivers," but they're not hiring drivers. So they'll say, "Oh, well, we can't do nothing, but we have to implement these new robots because there's no drivers."
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, you know, I'm sharing this information with you all to just because I shared this 5 years ago when I first heard it, and I was told then, and I swear I wish I could remember who I bet because I would want my motherfucking ends ran to me.
That
Okay, now,
motherfucker's hiding right now.
right? Shit, run me my ends because I told your ass it was
What
coming.
conversation? What are you talking
Shit.
about?
So, the point being, fam, I'm just letting y'all know that if this is your livelihood, move accordingly. Okay. So I don't know if you want to stay in that industry, you know, maybe you get on the maintenance side and, you know, learn how to program the trucks.
Yeah.
All right. Or build the trucks. Okay. But if you are intending to stay in that role as a driver, it is what it is. Okay. Technology is going to always win out. Don't get caught unprepared. Okay. Technology is the shakeup for these industries. All right.
Well, you know,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
it's the part of the global reset. Is that you will own nothing and enjoy it. So you'll be sitting at home, and they're gonna pay you credit scores for you to behave yourself, and you won't work. You just sit in a little room.
Yeah, you get
But-
a universal income,
universal
basic
income.
income. So I'm just putting it out there for you, fam. You know, if this is your particular industry where you make your livelihood, start making arrangements and move accordingly. Because being a driver is being phased out. Okay. So
A lot of stuff
you know,
that's going to be.
start figuring out where you want to be. If you want to stay in that industry, like I said, you may want to do some investment with yourself to go on the side of to be the maintenance person or the programmer per se. That's the side you want to be on if you want to stay in that particular industry. So don't ever get comfortable and think it can't happen to you. Go back and talk to the fucking boomers about what can happen.
Right.
Go to fucking Detroit.
Yeah.
Oh, they got
and look at the
that
motherfucking
industry.
factories and tell me what can't happen. Shit,
Well
go
done.
to Cleveland and look at them fucking factories and tell me what can't fucking happen. Okay? Don't bury your head in the sand. Move accordingly. That particular industry is changing. So if you're gonna stay in the industry, you either move with the change, get yourself educated to get on that maintenance side, the building side, or totally get out of the industry. Okay? To me, this is just Rhonda's opinion. They're being generous telling you 3 to 5 years. To me, they're being generous. Don't get caught, like Grandma and them used to say, with your drawers down.
Oh, I didn't think you was gonna say that.
You know I was gonna say that. That's old school as hell. Don't get caught with your drawers down. That's old
Close your
school
legs
as hell.
good.
Right. Don't get caught. Don't say it can't happen to you. Like I said, go fucking talk to the boomers.
Yeah.
Take a ride through Middle America. Take a ride through the Midwest. Take a ride through fucking Gary, Indiana. Don't fucking sit here and tell me what can't happen when it didn't already done happened.
That's what happened to the processing plants, like Wonder Bread when it was out, and all these packaging things. They got animation. That's exactly what they're going to do here. They got automation, and the machines run everything to put it in the box for you. Cook it, put it in the box for you, and send it out.
Right. Just like the writers and stuff in Hollywood are on strike. And shout out to the content creator.
They ain't need it no more. What are you talking about? AI replica does everything now.
Yeah. Shout out to the content creator, Lovely T. She predicted, I want to say been about 2 years ago. She said that AI was going to replace entertainment. She said it. And I'm like, oh, shit. She was the first one that said it. So anybody saying that they first used a liar, that black woman was the first to say it. So now you're seeing Hollywood going on strike because it's computing to them. Wait a minute. AI can write the scripts? Remember, we just talked about AI, okay? You mean AI can write the scripts? You mean AI can develop the characters? They're saying to the point that AI, all of the actors are going to be AI. Only maybe the quote big stars will be in the movies, and then everybody else is just going to be AI characters.
Generated.
So in other words, the main
NPCs.
actors are going to be acting against a green screen.
It's happening right now.
Exactly.
Majority of the movies are happening behind a green screen. It's only now.
Yeah, they are.
I don't need a Will Smith no more. I just need a guy to wear a green suit, and I'll put a Will Smith face on that suit.
And I will use social media to build up a Will Smith superstar that would be just like a real character.
Right.
But they're not. We don't need people, quote,
Auntie.
people anymore. Yes, nephew.
In Japan, it happening now. Like they in a certain part of the culture, they worship 3D girls or digital characters, where some of these digital characters, they take on the persona, and people really are like in tune to this digital character. So you don't need a physical person anymore, because some cultures, that's all they really care about, the digital effect.
Is that over in the Asia culture, nephew?
I'm not going to pinpoint one, I don't want to cause war, but in that culture, they have the geisha, they have the anime world, but some people have gone on to have these as real. They've taken on that world, so that's all they believe, and they don't care about it being real or not. They know it's fake, but they'll still latch on to that reality and live it out as if it's true.
I think DeSantis just put out a character commercial with Trump. As in one of his commercials, he just did that, and it's an AI character.
Well,
so they're using it for politics.
Mm-hmm.
They're using it for politics already.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it is what it is, fam. Consider yourself warned. And somebody had it was something floating around. I don't know where, in which specific Asian nation this was, but one of their children was sitting there gaming, and they showed the father walking in and just beating the fuck out of him because old boy had spent $40,000 sitting there gaming. I was like,
God, that's
he
crazy.
was fucking him up. And I'm like, yeah, they would have had to call the authorities on me. First of all, you ain't finna get to my stuff to spend $2, let alone 40 grand.
No, but
Shit.
in those digital games, Auntie, it's like that. For me to advance to the next blah blah blah, I need to upgrade my blah blah blah. It's gonna cost me real money to get it. So I need $28 in a credit card. Run that up. Okay, next level. Okay, run that up. Next level.
Okay, so that reminds me, yeah, this is a shame. That's why I can't fuck with that gaming stuff. I get bored, number one. I'm like, oh, who gives a fuck, whatever. But remember, I don't know if y'all remember when the little farming game came out, and you would like plant your little farm. And
Yeah, Farmville.
okay, Farmville, yeah, not because I like to garden. I'm like, oh, I want to plant this, plant that. I thought it was so cute, but then when the motherfuckers start charging for stuff, I said, oh, y'all got me fucked up. This where Rhonda get off. I can't do it no more. Y'all got me all the way fucked up. You trying to charge me for this little stuff. Now I see the hustle in you, so I'm finna be up. So that was the extent of my gaming stuff. And I was enjoying the little Farmville. You got the little animals and little barns and stuff, and then they start making you buy stuff. I'm like, oh no. So I understand what you're saying, nephew. I get but 40 grand.
Hey, he doesn't know the reality. It's Daddy's credit card. So
that's why I never understood them NFTs stuff. I said, wait a minute. So you trying to tell me you want me to spend money to be in a virtual world, to have a virtual house with virtual land,
yes,
and buy a virtual soda? I never understood that shit. I'm like, are they fucking crazy?
And instead of it being Nintendo, it was supposed to be Meta. That's what they're setting it up for.
But see, Farmville, Cityville, the Sims, all those little games set it up.
I forgot about Sims.
Sims kept it real.
That's what let them know that people were ready to accept
they were ready for it.
Yeah,
that they were ready.
Reality. Even Grand Theft Auto is another one that took it to the next level.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, what were you gonna say, Uncle Sean?
With that whole automated trucking thing, I believe those are probably military contractors who are going to wind up with that because it's going to take military grade stuff in order to make sure it functions properly.
What you mean by military grade? Explain a little bit more for me.
As far as for the robotics and the automation system, you don't want somebody to be able to hack into your system and steal the whole truckload.
That makes sense.
Look at the RoboDog.
Yeah.
That was all military before it got to us.
Oh, that's a damn good point.
That was all military.
Although they had took him to New York to debut him.
Sure.
And it was kind of funny because he was wobbly. And I'm like, y'all better get he got to be a little more quicker and keen with that because he gonna get kicked the fuck over and stomped out.
That's Gen 1. That's Gen 1.
That's
Next you'll see a pit bull in like Gen 3 and Gen 4.
That's true. That's very true. But yeah, the robo dog cop. I mean, it's all here, and they showed us all that shit in the movies. Wasn't RoboCop a movie?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
ain't nobody forgot about that. And weren't they showing y'all like them big people inside the machine? They definitely showed it on Avatar. That was the first time I saw it, where they was inside the big robot machines and fighting and stuff. So they were showing you all this shit, what was coming down the line. So don't say what can't happen, because it's all, just go back and look at history.
And Auntie, no, the Japanese, again, it's one of those Asian countries. They've made a real life, I think they call it a geisha, where it's one of those suits. It came from an anime, but they've made a robotic suit to look like one of those anime. So it's real. It's no longer a fairy tale.
Yeah. So, yeah, but the military. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
The thing with those trucks, they can decide whether or not they gonna make deliveries. They get to control all of that. I mean, I think people are just giving away too much control. People put too much stock into these companies. You see, these companies are about to replace you to save money.
Yep.
But, well, where you saving money at? And if you ain't got no job, how you gonna buy these products?
Yeah.
If it's gonna be a social credit system and you piss somebody off, who's to say those trucks gonna make it to your community?
Or you don't get your welfare check, which they're gonna call universal basic income, which they are testing, by the way, in different cities.
They'll just tax you for your infraction before you get the money to spend, whatever it is.
Ooh.
So you're out of the ability to get that thing. So if it was $20, they would have taxed you $15, so you only have $5 left. You're like, oh,
right. And
I'm out of.
Y'all do realize when even that whole universal basic income, when I first heard about it, it was during the presidential election when the Asian guy Yang was running. And he was the one first talking about it and said how we would have to have it because AI, the technology, is going to be such a disruptor that there are going to be millions and millions and millions of jobs lost across the planet.
Okay? That's a fact.
And so I remember the American people being outraged. And I said straight up when he said that, and I started researching. And I'm like, oh, my God, this man is right. And so as they, were tearing this man down, saying he didn't know what he was talking about, they, behind the scenes, the people that are privy to the rollout of these major resets, they were starting up to test universal basic income. So don't sit here and say what can't happen when I just took and told y'all that they plan out a minimum of 100 years in advance. I told y'all about this shit 5 years ago. This ain't my first time talking about automatic big rig trucking. This ain't my first fucking time mentioning this. Okay? So now that it's public, it is what it is. You can't sit up here and say you don't know. Consider that your disclosure. Yes, nephew.
They gave us our first warning of our first beta test of basic income when they shut the world down because everyone wanted
1,000% agree. Their STEMI STEM.
Yeah. And it was set at a certain level. Everyone was comfortable with whatever that level is. And then it's now give me mine, give me mine. So now let's say if you didn't play ball and you didn't do whatever you're supposed to do, you didn't get yours. It's the same thing. But that was the test play. Can we give them X amount and they can be satisfied with living off of X amount? How long were we on Rona for? A lot of people got some stimmy checks for a long time. Okay, they can do that.
Well, we said when Rona first jumped off, we said that it was a distraction or the gateway for a major reset. We said it, and we said that reset is across the board. It's going to be from a financial perspective, technology standpoint, and culture. And I said, most importantly, this is really about a spiritual reset. Okay. So in other words, because this script is over, all right, this movie is over. Oh, but wait a minute. We want another sequel.
Yeah.
We told y'all all of this was coming. So none of this stuff that I've been going over lately, those that's been rocking with me, you know this shit ain't new that I'm talking about. Okay? Pay attention. The cognitive dissonance, we should be over that at this point. Start thinking critically and look at the shit for the way it is, not the way you want it to be. Look at it for what it is. And as you start to elevate your thinking, okay, and as you start to elevate your consciousness, step outside of the matrix via your consciousness and sit in silence and truly see the shit for what it is. Okay? All right. All right, so the last thing I want to go over. Shit, this was long tonight, y'all. I didn't plan this, but I had to get it out there, doggone it. So the last thing I want to go over, because I've been holding this article for weeks. I don't feel too bad because we got it in good last week with the main topic, and we'll get it in a little bit again this week. White House cautiously opens the door to study blocking sun rays to slow global warming.
Stratosphere injection, you said? What?
Right.
Dimming the sun? What?
Right. Dimming the sun, huh?
That's conspiracy.
Bill Gates, huh?
That's conspiracy. What are you guys talking about?
That's Bill Gates' stuff.
Oh God.
But we're gonna go into it on the surface level, and then I'm gonna do a Jeopardy moment with the fam. All right, so let's do this right quick. And so, fam, this is from Politico, and it came out 7/1. The White House offered measured support for the idea of studying how to block sunlight from hitting Earth's surface as a way to limit global warming in a congressionally mandated report that could help bring efforts once confined to science fiction into the realm of legitimate debate. The controversial concept known as solar radiation modification is a potentially effective response to fighting climate change, but one that could have unknown side effects stemming from altering the what? Chemical makeup of the atmosphere. Right. So those that have been rocking with us, and I see son Scotty already on it. He's ahead of the Jeopardy trivia. He sees where this is going. The White House report released late Friday indicates that the Biden administration is open to studying the possibility that altering sunlight might quickly cool the planet. But it added a degree of skepticism by noting that Congress has ordered the review, and the administration said it does not signal any new policy decisions related to a process that is sometimes referred to or derided as geoengineering.
What?
Yeah. A program of research into the scientific and societal implications of solar radiation modification, SRM, would enable better informed decisions about the potential risk and benefits of SRM as a component of climate policy alongside the foundational elements of greenhouse gas emission mitigation and adaptation, the White House report said. SRM offers the possibility of cooling the planet significantly on a time scale of a few years. So, Sis Divinity, you know I can't go into our specific conversation. You remember the conversation we had yesterday? We were talking about the ecosystem and why that particular situation happened. So I know you get that other connect. Still, the White House said in a statement accompanying the report, there are no plans underway to establish a comprehensive research program focused on solar radiation modification. Skeptically or not, the White House weighed in on solar experimentation at all is remarkable. The concept has created divisions among experts, with some saying it could be a last line of defense against runaway warming if nations fail to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, while others warn that it could result in an atmospheric substance dependency that, if stopped, could lead to abrupt increases in temperatures. The fact that this report even exists is probably the most consequential component of this release. Said old boy or old girl, the executive director of the Alliance for Just the Liberation of Solar Geoengineering, a nonprofit that seeks to include developing countries in the debate over solar modification. This report also signals that the U.S. government is supportive of well-governed research, including outdoor experimentation, which I think is quite significant.
Mm-hmm.
The report, which was required by Congress in a policy report accompanying the 2022 appropriation bill, was released the same week that the European Union leaders opened the door to international discussion of solar radiation modification. Okay, so those that have been rocking with me, I want y'all to put on y'all thinking hats because the Jeopardy questions are coming. It also followed a call by more than 60 leading scientists to increase research on the topic. The 44-page document considers a few plausible ways to limit the amount of sunlight that hits Earth, all of which could have significant drawbacks. One method is to multiply the amount of aerosols in the stratosphere.
What?
To reflect the sun rays away from the planet, a process that can occur naturally after a major volcanic eruption.
Yeah, they keep saying that.
Others include increasing cloud cover over the oceans or reducing the amount of high-flying cirrus clouds which reflect solar radiation back to Earth. Child, let me sip this water.
That's crazy.
So now you want to admit that y'all can manufacture clouds.
Finally.
Right, finally, sis. That part.
With a
Because remember the
synthetic
conspiracy
sun.
theories, we was fucking crazy when we told y'all that they fucking had that technology since at least the 30s. Okay?
And
If
now
you follow the
they tell-
reset community, we know that it was earlier than that. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
And they trying to tell you that they can control the dial on their fake sun to lower it down. They have that sun up there. They didn't put it. That this they had in they patented in 1960 something. I think it was.
Right. Yeah, because you know the artificial sun. Go look that shits up, as they say in New York. Y'all kill me with that shits. I'm sorry. Go here, Brother Sean.
The elephant in the room there was that about volcanoes.
Give
and
me
don't
more.
they keep telling?
Yeah, that's it, isn't it?
Don't they keep telling us that this volcano is due to go? You got volcanic activity here, all this volcanic activity here, there. That's their most effective method of blocking out the sun.
They
The
say.
whole cloud things and the reflective whatever put off into it. That's the chemtrails with the aluminum and all that stuff.
Barium, yeah.
They already doing it.
True.
Now they just openly talking about setting it off.
Disclosure.
For
right,
real, for
disclosure.
real. Yeah.
But we're gonna even go deeper in that. I see son Scotty in the house in the chat. He ready for the Jeopardy motherfucking moment. Cause it's coming. After I read this, we finna go to the Jeopardy moment.
Okay, go ahead, sis.
So we did them talking about them doing a little fake ass clouds to reflect did you know, to block out the radiation. There are risks associated with each form of solar radiation modification, the report said, that can affect human health, biodiversity, and geopolitics. That's because modifying sunlight could alter global weather patterns, disrupt food supplies, and lead to abrupt warming if the practice was widely deployed and then halted. It also wouldn't address air pollution from fossil fuels or ocean acidification, a major threat to coral reefs ecosystem driven by the overabundance of carbon in the air and seas. At the same time, the White House emphasized that it was important to compare those uncertainties with the present dangers associated with a hotter planet. Climate change is already having a profound effect on the physical and natural world and on human well-being, and this effect will only grow as greenhouse gas concentrations increase and warming continues, the report says. Understanding these impacts is crucial to enable informed decisions around a possible role for SRM in addressing human hardships associated with climate change. The White House said that any potential research on solar radiation modification should be undertaken with appropriate international cooperation. Policymakers in the European Union have signaled a willingness to begin international discussion of whether and how humanity could limit heating from the sun. Guided by a precautionary principle, the EU will support international efforts to assess comprehensively the risk and uncertainty of climate intervention, including solar radiation modification, and promote discussions on a potential international framework for its governance, including research-related aspects, the European Parliament and European Council said in a joint statement Wednesday. The White House didn't immediately respond to questions about the timing of the new report or its potential political significance.
Yeah. The voting.
Given the polarized political climate in the United States, the Biden administration is right to proceed with caution. Politicization around climate change has obviously been the huge driver of policy gridlock on reducing carbon emissions, she said. And so I think trying to avoid the politicization around geoengineering is also important. Okay.
That's what it is.
That's exactly what it is. So this is off of Political Fam. This article is White House cautiously opened the door to study blocking sun rays to slow global warming. All right. So I'll drop this article in the chat. Let's go to the Jeopardy moment. What does this really mean?
He gonna do it. He ain't gonna think about it. That's one thing, because Biden says he's going to think about something.
Take the politics
but
out.
I'll take the politics out.
Yeah, take the politics out, because you know me. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I don't give a fuck about none of. Take the politics out of it. What does that really mean? I knew son Scotty was fencing to be on it.
Could it be that they're failing to control this realm as it is, and they're needing to insert their reset to continue? So they have to. The sun, as I said, is a reflection of that black sun. That black sun's reflection.
It's freely.
There we go.
Of
So
the realm.
proud of y'all.
Yeah.
So what does it really mean again, nephews? Because son Scotty already dropped the answer in there, but nephew, give the specifics. What does this really mean?
The black sun is changing in frequency, and they don't have control of it. So because they've lost control, they're just covering the sun itself. This earth is changing its frequency, and they don't have control of it anymore.
Yep. Break it down.
So let's go a little deeper. But that's correct. Let's go a little bit deeper. Because what is the black sun? And I'm on here looking for Vibey's video. Shout out to Vibes of Cosmos. I told y'all to go to his website. I forgot, not website, YouTube channel. I forgot where Vibes is out of. I don't know if it's Germany. Don't quote me. Shit, the man done said it and I didn't forget. My bad, Vibes. I know you told us. Okay? So what that means, son Scotty really gave it, and I'm finna play Vibey's video right quick, that the technology is breaking down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's why when you look at the sun, all right, now I'm a Gen Xer. Okay, millennials, I know y'all fucking remember too now. Don't try to play me. I know y'all remember the sun that you see today ain't the fucking sun that we grew up with.
Raising in the East still.
All right? I don't remember growing up with no sun white and being fucking misshapen in the sky.
No.
Okay? Now, Gen Z, okay, y'all may not remember, but I'm telling you, that sun that they're showing us today ain't what the fuck we grew up with.
No.
Okay?
We ain't grow up with the moon out all day either.
Shoal the fuck didn't.
Mm-mm. I don't know.
Right. Where's the yellow sun? Okay? So we're talking about this technology breaking down. All right. So those of us those of you that are like, what the hell is this woman talking about? The technology. The sun is the sun. I'm finna go into this via Vibey Cosmos, Vibes of Cosmo. Go check out his YouTube channel. All right. And once I play this vid, I'm going to drop this particular link there as well. All right. So I'm gonna play this vid. Hold on a sec, fam. And then y'all answered that Jeopardy question pretty good. I'm so proud of y'all. Good job, good job, good job. All right. So hold on. Let me bring this up.
Man, mute. It's good. You gonna play it? Where they gonna say something?
No, Vibey just do music. Y'all want me to bring it up on the screen? On the what's her face screen, the Zoom screen?
Zoom. If you
We
could,
can.
Okay.
We can mute it and go on.
because
Okay.
we just can't communicate along
Yeah,
with
that's the only thing. If I bring up the little Zoom screen, y'all can't communicate. So what y'all want me to do? Y'all want to go on mute or and look at it on your own devices, or you want me to bring it up on Zoom for y'all?
Well, I'll go on mute.
I can do
Okay.
mute.
Okay. All right, y'all do mute. All right. Okay, hold on, fam. I know y'all seeing a black screen in YouTube. I apologize. All right. So shout out to Vibes of Cosmos. All right. I always have to go to Vibey stuff, but he on this shit. Okay. So this particular video is called VOC, which is Vibes of Cosmo documentary, episode 3, The Black Sun. All right. And I'll drop this link in the chat. I highly encourage you. Go check out this man's work. All right. Nobody did it before him. Okay. He on his shit. So those of you that know this information, be patient with us. All right. I have to keep bringing this up because as we see them keep bringing out this stuff about the sun, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6, I want y'all to understand what is really going on. All right. So let me blow this up. Vibes, I can't remember if you got this copywritten or not. I'm just going to mute it because I can't remember. I know that's his own music, but I can't remember if it's copywritten or not. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So just bear with him. He's going to go. Go on. This the music. Da-da-da-da-da-da. All right. Okay, so you saw where he was showing the little moon. Okay. So now he's doing this particular, the black sun. Below the surface of the earth, there is a black sun that is responsible for the creation of the sun and the moon. Okay? But let's continue. Polar lights are from the black sun below and come from a big hole that there are on the magnetic pole or Hyperborea. Okay, so that's where the northern light shit come from. Okay? Okay, so just for the slow ones in the back, polar lights are from the black sun below and come from a big hole. Damn it, Rhonda, let it play. Okay, there is on the magnetic north in Hyperborea. So that whole concept of northern lights, he's telling you what's really causing the northern lights. Okay? All right. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Y'all got to hear the kind of the silence, but I don't know if this music is copywritten. I can't remember. Okay. All right. All right, Vibies. He's just showing the northern lights. Da 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 da. Blah 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 blah. Okay, I might have to fast forward through. Okay. I don't think I probably didn't. Yeah, maybe I did see this video before. I think I did. All right, so he just still showing the northern lights. Okay, I'm trying to get to the part. He's come on. All right, this is what I wanted to get to. The black sun, and thank you, Vibes, for updating this and putting in the northern lights. I appreciate it because I remember when I started thinking back through this, and I'm like, well, what caused the northern lights? And I'm like, oh, shit, that's got to be a result of the black sun. So thank you, Vibes, for coming back in and updating. All right, so the black sun is moving below in a coil motion, creating an electromagnetic field. An electromagnetic field with direction from below to above. All right? Okay. Its motion center is magnetic north. Polaris is fixed and up from the magnetic north. Okay? So that's where you get the concept of the North Star. Okay? All right. Okay. On top of the ceiling of our toroidal field, black sun's electromagnetic field creates the stars as reflections of the great depths. So let me sip my water. So he's even telling you what the stars are. All right. What you're seeing as stars are just a reflection of what's coming off of Earth herself. Okay. And, you know, some say the energy fields from Earth. Okay. But I think Vibes is saying that it was a combination. I think he was saying that it's really of the ocean energy points. All right. But we'll continue. Yep. I was right. Energy spots of Earth. Yep. The diameter of black sun motion is changing a effect that makes all the electromagnetic fields dynamic on the ceiling. At the place where Polaris happens there. Okay, so all he's showing you basically is the black sun, which is an electromagnetic coil, right? That pretty much is creating refracted light that creates what we call the sun, and also a reflection of what we're calling the moon. All right. Okay. Direction. Damn it. Back that up. Direction, refraction of the cosmic energy that comes from a black sun This refraction separates the cosmic energy to Earth, plus creates the sun and the moon. Okay? So again, he's just showing you what really creates the sun and what really creates the moon. Okay? So now he's going to get into what we're calling the zodiacs and the constellations. All right? And the moon phases. Okay? Plus is on the same constellations that the the refraction that creates the moon minus the first. Okay, all right. I know this is probably a lot, but he's giving you the cycles of the moon, basically. Okay. And how the cycles of the moon is really about the movement of that black sun underneath, because the moon is nothing more than refracted light as well as the sun. Okay? Now let me stop, because I don't want to fuck y'all all the way up. Now do y'all understand why when I had that epiphany about the Mayan calendar, when I said, oh, fuck, it's really a clock. And what the ancestors were really describing, that what they're calling calendar, what the ancestors was really describing was the real makeup of the fucking realm. From a technology standpoint. That's what the ancestors was explaining to us. That this particular simulation is being powered, this particular quote, quote, computer simulation is being powered by this particular technology. And we're putting this clock before you to tell you exactly when the fucking technology is going to be obsolete. All right? So this entire zodiac, these entire ages comes from that Mayan, what they're calling calendar. And I'm telling you, the ancestors were really telling us that Mayan calendar, it was really a clock. It's really the clock of the realm. All right? Here we go. Okay, so he's just basically going through the, that was the moon phases that he's explaining. All right? Okay, so I'm trying to remember y'all how far he's gonna go into this. Okay. All right. So this a bomb ass depiction vibes. You did a hell of a job here. I'm loving this depiction. Okay. So he's showing you on the it's my right. Yeah, it should be still. You are right. He's showing you the black sun, and then he's showing you the refracted light coming off of, as a result of the black sun. He's showing you what we're seeing as the physical sun in the sky and the physical moon, which are, like I said, refracted light. And then on the big thingy, this is Cole. He did an excellent job. He's putting the zodiac signs around the entire planet, and he's showing you how this black sun is moving across the planet, and how what they're calling the zodiacs and what the ancestors call the ages, and how it's one and the same. Okay? That's why I say that Mayan calendar is a fucking clock. And I finally put that shit together. I'm like, oh, shit. And then the fact that Mayan itself means illusion, I'm like, got it. All right? But let's continue. So in other words, if I was explaining that too messily, I apologize up in advance. What I am saying is the Mayan calendar is really a clock. It was the ancestors telling us This is the actual quote, quote, clock of the planet. And we're able to calculate when the actual 3D experience is going to run out. All right. Which translates into when this black sun technology, because it is technology, is going to cease to exist. So this is just how Rhonda's mind think. You don't have to think that with me. You can even say I'm crazy. I'm okay with that. Shit, I'm good with all of that. But when you start to tell me you fencing up, block out the sun, I just put 2 and 2 together. And when I look up in the sky, that ain't the same motherfucker that I grew up with. So the only conclusion I could come to is that your technology is breaking down. And not their technology, the technology of the realm, okay? But let's continue. All right, so he's just going into, he did a very good job with this, explaining how the planet's clock equates to how what we're calling the sun and the moon, which is really just reflected or refracted light from the black sun technology, not only moves across the planet, but he also was showing on that scale how it moves from an age or energy perspective. Okay. All right, so you all can go back if you want to know specific when he's breaking down the actual, what do you call it, y'all? The moon, what's the term when y'all call how the moon moves around the earth or its cycle? So that's all he's doing. He's just explaining that in
Moon
detail.
phases? No.
Yeah, moon phases. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so I'm not going to go over that in detail. Let me see what else he's trying to say. You can go back and look at that specifically. All right. Now, for those of you that are into the Bible and all of that, and we talked about the book of Enoch. All right. If you're into the Bible, I keep suggesting to you, go pick up the book of Enoch. Okay. It is a complement to the Bible. And the book of Enoch goes into details. The procession. That's what I was trying to think of, nephew. The procession. The procession of the moon and the sun. Okay. And in that particular book, they described, Enoch described in detail the makeup of the realm. And he specifically talked about how when he was sitting up in heaven, he saw these gates. And he went into detail the gates. And he was describing the procession of the sun and the moon. And when I thought back to, because I had read the book of Enoch, I didn't read through the whole, I can't remember if I read through the whole thing. I may have, I can't remember shit. Don't quote me on that. But I remember when he was describing the makeup of the earth, I'm like, whoa, that's vastly different from what they're teaching in school. This was way before I ran up on vibe stuff. Okay. And then when I ran up on vibe stuff, I'm like, oh shit. That's what Enoch was describing. He was describing how the procession of the black sun, and because he was, quote, quote, sitting up high, that means he was at the top of the, quote, quote, dome, per se. And he was looking down and he saw the movement of how that black sun was ticking. So that's what he was describing as the gates. And I'm like, I be goddamn. All right. So I'm just bringing it up to you all. Did I drop Vibes video in there? Let me drop Vibes video in the chat. So shout out to Vibes of Cosmo. So I'm just bringing this up for the sheer fact that this is just how Rhonda thinks. I don't think it's a coincidence that now you're telling me that you need to block out the sun. That you have CERN. That you want to do weather modification. That the Mayan calendar, what they're calling calendar, I'm telling y'all, it was a clock. Stop predicting or mapping out the ages. Now, I'm just telling you how my mind works. None of that is a coincidence. Okay? How the Mayans said that, you know, we're going into a golden age and was the reason why, quote, quote, they stopped the calendar. No, it was deeper than going into a golden age. It was deeper than an Aquarian age because, you know, that's what they equate golden age to. Because even in that Mayan calendar, the golden age had happened before in that calendar cycle. So there was a deeper reason. Now, this is Rhonda's opinion. There was a deeper reason for that calendar, which is really a clock, to stop. And the deeper reason was the breakdown of that technology, because the 3D experience, it's done. It's finished. Okay? You're talking about this timeline as we know it as a lower 3D density and vibration level. This experiment is over. All right? And you have some of the participants or souls that want to keep the experiment or the simulation going. They want to keep writing a bad script. All right? So now they're scrambling to try to replicate the technology that drove the actual simulation of what we're seeing. They're scrambling trying to replicate it.
Facts.
Okay? So in my opinion, that's what's going on. All right? So, with that said, anybody got anything to put on that? Because we only got 15 minutes, and I may end a little early because I don't want to go into the stuff I was going to go in tonight, because it's going to take me more than 15 minutes to do that. So anybody got anything to put on it?
Well, you know, I'm going to say this. I had a dream. It was so vivid and it was so clear so many years ago. I don't even know what it was, what years ago, but it was some years ago, where the place went into darkness. The whole planet went into darkness. And there was some kind of blast that hit the place and everything started burning and it fell away. So what I was sitting here and I was listening to, what is it, Akia? Akia. I was texting with her. Akia knew me. And I was like, I had that in a dream. And she said she just had a dream about it herself. That it is the end of them. I mean, the planet as it is now. And I think for sure that these people know it and they've been waiting for it. And I think the picture of the rapture, and they think that their God will come and take them out of this. But what I saw was the people were screaming as the planet fell away because it was burning up. I didn't see no new earth and new moon and all that kind of stuff. But I was floating above the earth while the people were going down. That's what I had in a dream. Now, this is coming pretty close to what you're saying in that dream that I had years ago. It's like, yikes. But as you said, the time had to run out, because the assimilation couldn't keep going because they keep terraforming and changing the script. They keep changing the script and expect
Okay, hold up. Who is the they?
the clock, the ones, the terraformers. I mean, how they want to change the program, the resets, and all that kind of. They keep
Who put the program in place?
the Well, I don't know who put the program in place except the Black Sun when they drafted that. I think of this as
who is the they?
Time.
Who's the they? And I'm pushing you for a reason. I'm pushing you for a
I
reason,
know.
sis.
I'm trying
want to maintain this realm into what it is.
Yeah, the Anunnaki, whoever's running this bad boy. They locked it. I think that the world Earth is in a, they showed it in Star Trek where you're locked in a tractor beam, and they imprison you there because as long as that tractor beam is locked on you, you can't go anywhere. But the Black Sun is also not only a tractor beam, but it's a time clock that is ticking for us to get off of that tractor beam. That's what my little imagination is doing. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons that we're locked in the ninth. What's the territory in the ninth quadrant?
So, Brother Sean, if you, I don't know if you can talk. What do you think? I'm pretty sure I know what you're gonna say, but go ahead. Who is the they, in your opinion?
Is that our soul, do you think?
Well, basically, we're responsible for everything.
Thank you. Ding, 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 ding.
So that means when it does come down to that, each person's soul story is going to end.
According to who? Unless that's what you decided. This is a never-ending story. It's just a matter of it's just a matter of whose story you going along with, which program you've accepted, or whether or not you gonna create your own program and follow that out, because all of this is a program. It's a human experience.
And a hologram type thing. Yeah.
It's your body, it's your ego that's experiencing certain stuff, basically everything.
Yeah.
And if your ego stays in that lower vibrational frequency, this is the type of shit that you'll get if you keep signing on to this, giving life to something that is dead. This is what you're going to keep getting. A reset is the time to change things.
Exactly.
You can look at this like she was saying, the calendar was saying that this is the time when the technology is going to break down, or when the game is going to end. A football game has a certain amount of time. A basketball game has a certain amount of time. Every game has a certain amount of time until it ends. Then you reset and start another game.
Exactly.
It's gonna be interesting.
So I'm gonna ask this question again. Who are the they? Sean, you don't have to answer that. You cool. I want to see if it's sunk in. Who
Yeah, I know
are the
the
they?
ones us who made this soul play for ourselves.
Exactly.
I got it.
Yep.
I got it.
That's what this is about. Absolutely. So that's just my opinion on this blocking out the sun stuff. So hopefully y'all understand why that's my opinion. Like, oh, okay, you trying to keep the game going. Okay. Good luck with that. But, all right. Good luck, souls,
That's
with that. That ain't
crazy.
what we agreed to. That's not, that wasn't written in my contract. Let me see. My contract. Nah, that's not in my shit. I don't consent to that. Right? Okay. So with that said, we got a little bit into the esoteric stuff tonight. We'll pick back up next week on the rest of it, but I had to get out that other stuff because there's so much going on that's directly related to the esoteric side. I want to make sure that although we're talking about the esoteric stuff, that we still talk about what is going on and tie it into why it's going on and tie it to the esoteric. All right. So with that said, nephew, you have any last words for the family? Uh-oh, is he on mute? Let me see. I'm sorry. You know this damn thing. Oh, okay. He not on mute. All right, nephew. I'm just going to go to Sis Sandra. Sis, you have any last words for the family?
That makes a mind-blowing concept to think now. This one here with the end game, I'm part Mayan. And so I would say that I'd have to go back into my Akashic record, but that was good information. And for comments that I saw along with it, what you were showing, and with the fact that these things really are cogitating, turning out the sun, and because they have no choice, really. Just like Biden is not thinking, he doesn't think. So that's just fluff right there. But it's been a good show. Thanks for the information.
Sis Divinity said, until anyone decides to create a new what you want to experience, you will continuously experience the same old crap.
Created previously
/ now.
All right, sis.
That's all we're trying to say. That's why, I'm taking the energy to put this out. Because to be honest, after this series, there ain't no fucking thing else I really need to discuss regarding spirituality. I'm going to be real honest with y'all. There ain't a goddamn thing else. Once I finish this here, in my Cat Williams voice, it's a wrap. I don't have anything else to discuss spiritually. Either you is or you ain't gonna create your own experience. Because ultimately, you really are creating your own experience. Yeah. Ultimately, the true you, the true authentic you, this what the fuck you signed up for. At a soul level. You just got confused and lost the real you and you're into ego, which is that character, and you don't want to let that character experience go. This chaos that's going on this quote, quote, planet / matrix, it's because its egos run amok. Souls got so invested in their ego characters that they let the ego characters drive their experience. And folks are so divorced from who they truly are authentically that they even fucking forgot how to love.
Now that's the problem. Because that's the vibration you need.
And I say you forgot how to love because if you knew how to love, this fuckery wouldn't be going on. People would treat each other a lot better. People would recognize real love when they see it. Because they're not operating in the authentic self. It's a character.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It's based on what that character do. Not what that heart do, what that character do. Again, all of the chaos going on the planet is based on how everybody chose to play out their characters. And they chose to let the characters make the decisions and let the soul sit on the fucking back burner. That's why I say there are no victims. The only exception I would make are the innocent
Baby.
or new souls that are coming into the realm. But make no mistake about it. And they're not necessarily new because they probably incarnated. This ain't their first go round. Like this ain't your fucking first go round. Okay? But I will give grace in the simulation to that. Okay? All of this shit. Nobody's a fucking victim. These are egos run amok. And this is why I tell everybody, you will not fucking get out of this. You're not going to think your way out of this motherfucker. You ain't going to buy your way out of this motherfucker. Only way you're going to get what you quote, quote, truly want is you have to go back to source, which is your motherfucking self, your soul, and create. Creation comes from the soul level, not from your fucking ego. Because your ego creates fucking chaos. True creation, true love comes from the soul, not your goddamn ego. There are no victims. Okay? All right, so I guess that's my last words. Nephew, you have any last words for the family?
On that note, there are no victims. You are doing it to yourself. It's necessary to reflect on your thought or quiet your mind, reflect on the thoughts that you're having because they are dictating what's presently happening in your current reality. There's a lot of agents that are inherently part of this system to keep us in a certain negative mind frame. So it's your job, one, not to be identified as much as possible. So keep your thoughts to yourself. No one has to know everything that's in your fucking brain. You don't have to get approval from everyone to say, okay, I can only go forward if the group of my peers agree with me. No, sometimes you get divinely inspired, and that's only for you. So again, control your thoughts and keep those things safer to you. Practice the manifestation. Make sure it's of good intent. Because as we said before, this is attached to you for the next 100 years. Your bloodline is a product of what you're creating today. They're giving you a lot of outs on terms of the ratchetness to explore that world, but it's a distraction because it's put intentionally there to keep you on a low vibrating mind frame, which they have control of. Your same apps that you play for, it's their devices. The device itself, it's their doing. What we have is um, attention. They're looking for our attention. And that's the only thing that really makes sense. Do you put your attention towards you as an individual, or do you put yourself towards their character, the ego? Because a lot of things that we're asking for, we don't need. A lot of things that we're asking for is keeping us in this negative mindset. We really need unconditional love. That's really about it. Everything else is just programmed into this world for us. So with that said, thank you, Auntie, for bringing this out again.
Yes,
I
good.
want you to continue pushing this topic because it's important for us to really explore and get the nut and bolts out of what we should be focusing on. So thank you to the crowd, the YouTube world,
Yeah.
Sean for bringing us his energy, and every one of you guys for doing your shadow work, for being in this state of mind state at this point.
Thank you, nephew. Thank you. Love you. Thank you.
Very
Love
nice.
you too, Ed. Love you too, Ed.
Bonus of power, bro.
Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, healing the ego. To benefit from this experience that you decided to have. Instead of being victims, which the whole world seems to want to associate with, you refuse to be or refuse to recognize yourself for who and what you are. You seek federal recognition. You seek recognition on YouTube and social media. But you overlook self-recognition. I'm not talking about as far as for your genealogy or your bloodline, which is all part of the experience. If you're fully enveloped into the experience, taking titles, etc., what does that entail action-wise? What is it you're willing to do to achieve the greatness that the character of your ancestor portrayed? All of these are characters. It's all part of the play. But have we sunken so low that we fought all of our creations for being what we created them to be? Rather you take the Islamic route and say that Yaqub created the quote-unquote white devil.
Yep.
Is that white devil doing what he was created to do?
Right.
Yeah, he's doing his job.
Since you gotta have a villain, but right.
So,
And that
if
shit
you're
ain't really even
supposed-
true. But keep going.
Exactly.
Part of the story, though.
So, if you're mad at everybody and everything else for doing what it was created to do, for following its program, What's wrong with you?
Mm.
You forgot what your true purpose is? Or is this the actual experience that you wanted?
Right.
If it is, that's fine. You have that right to create whatever reality you want here. But that's automatically going to bring about division. Because everybody ain't on that fuck shit.
Right.
We tired of that. If we get to create the experience that we want, this shit that's going on today, we don't agree with this. This is not the experience that we want anymore.
Yep.
We have that right to contract or not to contract.
That is
You have
correct.
the right not to accept a contract. You have the right to void a contract. It's commerce, it's business. But be about the business of your soul.
Mm.
Wholeness and power. Love y'all.
All right. All right. Ooh, I like that. Be about the business of your soul. I love that. All right, fam. So I want to thank Nephew for coming and joining us tonight. We appreciate you, Nephew. Thanks to Sandra for joining us tonight and putting something on it. Giving great conversation. And then I want to thank Brother Sean for bringing that wisdom in, as always. Much love and much appreciated. And thank you to the YouTube family chat. Because y'all being
Give
here
yourself a bomb.
throwing down as well. Okay, I don't get to catch everything, but what I do catch, y'all be on it. All right, and then thank you to the YouTube family listening, because I know there's some shit, baby. I know it's a lot.
Don't forget to.
Okay, I'm gonna give myself a hand clap, and I know I like that lady crazy as hell, and I'm okay
Press
with
your
that.
like buttons too before you
I'm
go.
okay
folks.
with that. Okay, but let me give y'all a hand clap. Shit, even listening and attempting to wade through this shit. So shout out to y'all, and then I'll hand clap myself for just being crazy. Shit. I don't give a damn. So anyhow, fam, we will be back next week. All right. So I wish everyone well. I wish you pure, unconditional love, that you're able to experience it. And as Brother Sean say, be about your soul business. So with that said, fam, we out of here. We'll be back next week. We are Truth Uncompromised. Peace and love, fam.
Peace and love. Peace, peace, peace.